railway station.
Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, it is good to have you listening on a Thursday. Tomorrow, Mike and I will be live at Twin Peaks in Buckhead, inviting you guys to come out, get your weekend started off right. As we left the show yesterday, the second half or the second game of this doubleheader between the Tigers and the Braves was finishing up. And Mike, unlike the first game where we were a little bit concerned about, Iglesias and how he finished up, bullpen was great in the second game. They finished him out 15 up, 15 down. It was a good way to finish that series. You win the series against Detroit, but Mike, they come home. And now you said it, a little weird in the schedule because you get 4 games against the Rockies.
Yeah, and you had to go to Motown. It was a road trip of 3 games in Detroit, and just the way, because everybody's playing everybody nowadays in baseball, that you get some weird sort of blips on your schedule. But yeah, the good news, though, is A.J. Smith-Shawver, and, as we just learned in the first game against Detroit, just because you pencil in a win because the Rockies are not very good and their only good players are injured, you feel that there's a good opportunity at home for A.J. Smith-Shawver. I hope they have a good outing tonight.
Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to join us here in about 10 minutes. MLB Odyssey Insider. We will talk to him about what's going on with teams around Major League Baseball. Listen, we now, when you talk about winning yesterday in that second game, we have the largest lead of any team in any division at 5 games, which is crazy. And it also tells you how competitive I think MLB is this year, Mike. We talked about some of these divisions last week with Tony. So he will join us in about 10 minutes, and we'll get his thoughts on everything that's going on with the Braves and more. As we start today, we finally got an update on Jesse Chavez as well. We now know 15-day IL, Mike, which I guess is good news, right? 15-day IL versus, hey, he's done for the season. Obviously, right. We didn't know the severity of the injury yesterday. It was a comebacker that hit him. But Snit said yesterday they were going to, just check him out, make sure everything was okay. I just hate it because he's pitching so well.
Yeah, he's been so reliable. And it's amazing. We lost him, we got him back, and the guy just picks up where he left off, throwing that 90-mile-an-hour cheese, which still mystifies me. Guys don't tee off on it, but changes location, changes obviously his speeds, and does a great job. And because nothing is broken, it was a nasty, obviously, contusion, and he could not put any weight on his leg, and it looked terrible, like maybe he broke his shin when he got carried off the field yesterday. So that's, even though you lose it for 2 weeks, it's good news.
It is good news. I'll tell you what else is good news. Acuna for life! Ronald Acuna Jr. Snit was just talking about how it is just to watch this guy play every day.
I said, it's like you better not leave your seat, go to the bathroom, get a beer or anything, because you might miss something you never ever seen before, when he's on the field. I mean, you could see something defensively and definitely something offensively. It's amazing when geez, I don't know that they've ever had a ball hit up there before. That was pretty impressive.
He's talking about that home run.
Yeah, and this year, we just talked about it, this guy Acuna just on an unbelievable tear, but in addition to all the clutch hits, tape measure. Almost every home run is a tape measure shot for Ronald this season.
It's, listen, he's just rolling when he's doing the things that he's doing. And now that Money Harris is back hitting again, it lengthens the lineup. And, we talk about how dangerous this lineup is. I know some guys are complaining about Olsen, and I get it. Some guys even saying, hey, is it time to move Olsen down in the lineup? Maybe like you did Money Harris. I don't know. Snit has had all the right answers for all this stuff, and I'm going to trust him, but I get it with the Olsen thing. I think when those 3 guys, and Acuna, Riley, and Olsen are hitting, Mike, we got the best lineup in the league.
Yeah, and that article that was in, Sporting News a few days back talking about just what a strange season it's been and kind of just a microcosm of Major League Baseball for a guy like that, power hitter who walks and yet strikes out a lot, which is crazy. But it sometimes, it looks like, reminds me of when Jason Hayward came up the hole in his swing.
Yep.
And Darryl Strawberry had that hole. I'm talking about tall guys kind of bringing that bat around. And sometimes all of a sudden you look at it and you go, wow, he just looks like he can't even find the strike. I can't even find the ball for anything but a strikeout. Hopefully they'll do some things and maybe they can tweak it. He's such a big dude, though. I mean, Austin Riley's been able to figure things out. Monty Harris has figured things out. Is he just a guy who goes between 225 and 250? And is that what he's all? That's what he is.
His on base is still very good, right?
He walks so much.
Third on the team in on base. So you say, do I move a guy down who gets on base still that frequently? I don't know. I don't think you do. That's not the right move necessarily. But as I said, Snit has pushed all the right buttons. Tonight it's the Rockies. Mike mentioned it. Smith Sharver on the hill. We're going to talk plenty about it. I do want you to hear Snit talk about coming through. The bats stepped up in both games. We were down, and then they got back in it, and were able to defeat the Tigers.
We scored enough runs to win all 3 games. I mean, but it was good. No, it's always good to have those runs. Like I say, it is kind of it's a big ballpark. It was flying out for both teams, really. It was, that's just always good when you win a doubleheader. I mean, so I'll take it.
I'll take it too, Snit. 404-726-0929 is the number for you to dial us up. It's also our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, C Dukes. And this radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. You can watch us live on Twitch. Hello. Atlanta, that's ATL 929 The Game, and on YouTube at 929 The Game, Mike. So we'll see what happens in this series. Again, another team, though, guys, that we're better than. We should win this series when you look at the numbers and you look at how the Rockies have played so far this season.
Yeah, man, 12 games under 500, 13 games back. And, aside from scoring runs at home, they've been outscored by 70 runs, Carl. That's the run differential. So let's hope that continues. They're 3-7 their last 10. And as we said, Blackman, the dude who looks like, some hillbilly with the beard, he's banged up, so he's not playing. So looks like it's a rather meager lineup that A.J. Smith-Sharp is going to be going up against. Braves, by the way, with the 2 games they played yesterday, still 4.5 up on the Marlins. Mets are 10 games back, even with the win last night.
All right. And we'll ask Tony Gwynn Jr. about the Subway Series. And what you asked the other day from our buddy Sal Licata, at some point, if they're 15, 17 games out, they're sellers, right? They don't stay the course.
Unless Cohen thinks that they can make a 1978 New York Yankees amazing cover. And for younger guys, that's one of the records. I believe it's still the record, 14.5 games back in July for the Yankees.
Yeah, I don't think so. But we'll ask Tony Gwynn about that. Meanwhile, the other big news and story, and we're going to talk to our buddy Seth Emerson about this. He covers the Dogs, is the schedule release for 2024. Mike, I think that, and I want to phrase this right, because I know Dog fans are going to freak out. But if you're going to three-peat, this is the year to do it with the schedule that's in place. I think it's about to get much more difficult, harder than it's ever been, to do what the Dogs have done, or for that matter, Alabama. Now, think about the run that Alabama was on, right? And Nick Saban has 6 championships there, guys, since he took over. And while I'm looking at these schedules last night, and I'm thinking about the SEC, and it's always been hard. It's always been the best football. And now you're adding Oklahoma and Texas, and you talk about these environments that you're going to. The good news is the college football playoff is going to expand. And this is the thing, guys. We think that you're going to be able to get in with 2 losses moving forward.
I do.
All right, I do too. And I think that not all the teams will have 2 losses, but you'll have a couple of undefeateds. You'll have a bunch of teams at 1 loss like we normally do. But there'll be 2-loss SEC teams that will get into this 12-team college football playoff. But, Mike, I think it's going to be more difficult to run it back or win, 3 out of 5 or any of that stuff, because the level of college football and the parity across the board is still really good with the high-end programs. And most of those programs are in the SEC.
Yeah, man, the perennial top 25, the usual suspects. I mean, most conferences are top-heavy, but when you look at a Georgia schedule, you look at an Auburn schedule, you look at Florida. I mean, these are monster schedules, so I understand why some fans are going, no, we're not going to 9. But I still say 9 is the way to go. And I think once the money's there from ESPN, they're going to make the jump to 9. And then the ACC, I mean, whatever. Just play better football, and then you'll be more relevant. If FSU's, I want to believe the hype on FSU, Carl. Clemson may be a team that makes a big jump this year. Clemson talked about, trying to get back on top of the mountain for years. Clemson was doing everything that Georgia's doing. in their own way with Dabo, but he's lost some of his assistants, and it hasn't been the same. They also banked on the wrong quarterback. Nick Saban doesn't really have a quarterback right now. We don't know what Carson Beck is, but we do know Georgia's got a killer defense and some of the biggest offensive pieces in football. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But next year, though, if you continue to do everything Kirby's been doing, then you're going to be fine. I just don't know why people get hung up on his. I mean, do you think you're going to run the table? You think Georgia's never going to lose another game for the rest of your fandom? They may. But you're going to be okay because I got to imagine, Carl, strength of schedule will carry the day.
It should.
I mean, you're telling me that an SEC school that is a name brand is going to lose out because they have 2 losses versus a 1-loss team that's like a TCU from years just like last year? No way.
At Alabama, at Texas. This is 2024, guys. You get Ole Miss, and then you're at Kentucky. And we're just talking about the away games. But that at Alabama, at Texas, and everybody kind of went, ooh. But go look at what Alabama has to do. They got to travel to OU now. You know, I mean, some of this is going to get really fun and interesting as far as the SEC is concerned. But we're going to get more into this with Seth Emerson because he'll help us break this down and what it means. Home games, by the way, 2024, obviously Florida in Jacksonville, right. Auburn in Athens, Tennessee in Athens, Miss State in Athens. So that schedule compared to what we're seeing this year, it's not even close. Right. So Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to join us. We'll talk all things baseball, Odyssey MLB Insider next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It is Dukes and Bell. We'll get to some headlines. Falcons continue mandatory minicamp, and we're going to hear more from Arthur Smith and Desmond Ridder coming up in the show. We were talking about today, Mike, the toughest division on the podcast in the huddle. And I don't know, what do you think the toughest division is right now based on what you know? And I kept going back to last year. The NFC East had three teams in the playoffs, guys. The Giants made it. Obviously, they couldn't beat the Eagles. Eagles went to the Super Bowl, and then the Cowboys made it. It's rare where you get three teams from one division that make the playoffs.
Well, if the addition of Bill O'Brien gets them right as far as offensively with Mac Jones, then you could say the AFC East this year will put four teams in the playoffs. Jets with Aaron Rodgers, Patriots, again, big if on their offense. Dolphins, if Tua stays healthy, but they're a loaded team. And Buffalo, I mean, that's a team that I think you pencil in. You can make the argument if the Steelers can turn the corner, Cincinnati, Baltimore Ravens with a big addition to their offense with Odell Beckham and Lamar Jackson back and happy. But, yeah, you could make the argument for the East. Certainly the Giants, no one really believes that Daniel Jones even in New York. But I would go AFC East if you ask me.
Yeah, it's something that we were chopping up today. Go check out the podcast In the Huddle. Or wherever you get your podcast or on Odyssey as well. We're awaiting Tony Gwynn Jr. We're going to talk to him about all things baseball. Mets win, as Mike mentioned. Extra innings last night, right? Extra innings in the Subway Series. But they're not gaining any ground on us because we keep winning. And that's why that head-to-head was so big last week. Full game. If we lose and they win, it's just a half game right now. So they got a lot of work to do, Mike. But every time it seems like, oh, well, hey, they won. We look up, we won two, and yesterday it was big to get that doubleheader.
Yeah, I know the Mets, and we'll ask our man, Tony Gwynn Jr., just when exactly would a billionaire who's pumped more money into this team than the Yankees have ever done or any other of the richest teams in baseball, when do you say, throw up the white flag? We just don't have it this year, so that'll be a question. And a lot of guys, by the way, we'll get into a big rumor that's out there a little bit later in the show. I've been going round and round, you and I, during the commercial break about maybe a potential move for the Hawks and a way to get John Collins finally off the roster.
My only question is, are you getting something of value in return? Right. Or are you just giving him away? I mean, that is my question. No matter how you feel about him, I've got to get something of value in return that's going to really help us move forward. And if that's not the case, if I'm getting a bench player, Mike, that's the eighth guy coming off the bench, that's not enough for me for John Collins.
Yeah, man, the average draft pick now takes, 5 to 6 years to become a pro. And by the way, the last 10th round pick the Hawks received, if that was the way this trade would work out with the Mavs, was a guy named Cam Reddish, who last time I checked on his third team. So, it's not like the old days, man, when you could get 15 guys in the NBA draft that all be contributors from the jump because they went to college for 3 years.
You're right. And here's the deal. Like, even the kid, Scoot Henderson, who's from here, okay, went to Kell High School. He's probably going to be the number 2 overall pick. He went to the G League, Mike's played in the G League, I think, 2 years now, which, substituted for college. But the point is, I don't know how NBA ready most of these guys are. For all of that we get excited about, even a guy like Zion, who we saw in college, at Duke, he came into the league. He's had minimal effect on his team, right? I mean, we talk about this. Was Trey NBA ready? He played 1 year, led the NCAA in scoring. I think there's just this process that guys have to go through. And to your point, if you're telling me we're going to get a top, 10 or top 5 pick for John Collins, to me, now you're telling me we've got to wait a while until we get good again, and I don't want to do that.
Potentially swapping our picks with the Mavs if the story from NBA Central is written accurately. But again, guys, this is the silly season. We're going to wait till here we go. But John Collins, the third season now in a row that John Collins has been subject of a lot of trade rumors.
I do think he's gone this time.
Yeah. Well, you got to get. As a lot of guys are mentioning, a couple of guys follow us. Ram says, "Yeah, we got to get the contract off the books." No disagreement. But I would think in the NBA, there's 31 other GMs. Maybe there's one GM we could fleece who still thinks John Collins is an impact player or the guy that could be the missing piece for somebody's team.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad.
He's not big enough to be the power forward you need him to be in playoff basketball. He's too inconsistent a jump shooter. If you could match Dwight Howard's shoulders on that frame, with his attitude, because John Collins is a leader, says the right things, wants the basketball, wants to do things, but just the body doesn't allow him to do what he needs to do.
All right, 404-726-0929. It is Dukes and Bell again. We were set to talk to Tony Gwynn, and we hopefully will get a chance to catch up with him to talk all things baseball as Arch Club gets ready for a 4-game series, guys, at home at Truist Park against the Rockies, and Mike laid out the numbers there. They just are not a good team. Tomorrow we're at Twin Peaks in Buckhead, inviting you to come on out and join us. All right, this schedule, and I want to get back to this because it is just, a big news around the SEC, and every school is looking at their schedules and going, all right, as we move forward, what is this going to look like? This is kind of going to be the norm, guys, for Georgia. That's what I believe. When we talk about this schedule in 25, 26, 27, Mike, this is, and when I say that, the teams will change, but this will be the norm. You will have, 2 or 3 big-time away games outside of the norm, which is on your schedule. We'll get back into this. Tony's just called in, so we want to grab him here for a few minutes. Tony Gwynn Jr., our MLB baseball insider here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tony, I want to start with what happened to Drew Smith with the Mets, because the umps are checking guys more and more. We're seeing this. And now we've seen guys get ejected and now suspended for the sticky stuff. And I want to get your thoughts on this because we've seen this a couple of different times with the Mets this season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a situation where I think Major League Baseball needs to clarify what exactly constitutes as sticky stuff. And there's got to be a way to check this, right? Because what we do know is that sweat and rosin creates a really sticky substance, basically, on your hands. And that, by rule, is legal. But in real time, when umpires are checking it, they don't have any way to verify that's what the sticky stuff is. And so, discretionary, it hasn't happened a lot, but it has happened a few times. Particular umpires take exception to what it looks like, and they will eject you. And I don't know that that's necessarily fair if these guys are actually following the rules.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to have to go get like a sticky expert. We get Columbo out there in a trench coat, and we'll get like CSI. Miami's going to come out too and get the beakers. I mean, how do you fix this? I mean,
I don't know. I think the way you fix it is you make the ball so that they have attack like they do in Japan, so that guys don't have to have something that they're putting on it. But right now, it's really, because it's a discretionary call, it doesn't happen a lot. But one umpire can touch the same, 2 different umpires can touch the same and interpret it different. And that's the problem with the rule. And so for the time being, you're going to see these random ejections, and there's really not going to be an explanation of, what exactly it was. And so we're left. And a lot of times these guys, reputations are kind of are sullied a little bit, and in a lot of ways for no reason, it seems like.
Right. It was funny watching Scherzer have a meltdown. So anything with the Mets, which brings us to a question we were asking yesterday, and get your take, Tony. Tony Gwynn Jr. joins us here. When would the Mets get to a point where they throw off the white flag? And I know there's only a few teams that could rent some of the players the Mets have under contract, but what do you think about when the Mets, could they get to the point where Cohen actually throws in the towel?
I don't know that he can, honestly. You spend so much money on that team. What are you doing? You going to get prospects to rebuild? They're not there. They are in a win now mode, and so I don't think you can throw the flag. You got to fight to the end, and if that turns out not to be great, you can reevaluate during the off season. But this isn't one of those situations where the Mets are on the cusp of figuring out with an old roster that, whether they should move forward. Yes, you do have some older pitchers at the front end of your rotation, but for the most part, a team offensively is pretty young and in their prime. And so I don't think they're in a position where they can throw up the white flag. They'll have to just wear it this season and kind of readjust for next season.
Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us, Odyssey MLB insider, host of Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman, covering all things MLB. How do you feel about what's going on in Oakland? How do you feel as a former player? I've heard players say they feel bad for the Oakland fans, but it's business and they understand with this move to Vegas. How do you feel about it?
It does make me sick, honestly. I grew up in an era where Oakland was like the one of the premier organizations, right? And so you do feel bad for that fan base because it's a really solid fan base. I think at this point they're just fed up, right? And you can only watch a team be built up to only tear it down. I mean, almost on an every year basis before you're just done. I think there was a time where they were willing to tolerate it because every year they were at least fighting for something. They were in contention, right? But now it just has gone to the point where it's pretty obvious that they're fielding a team that will not be a good one, and so that they can move up out of there. And I think that's a sad place for the game to be in. Ultimately, it is a business. They will do what they need to do, but for those of us who've been following this game as long as I have, you can't feel anything but sorry for the Oakland fan base.
And by the way, Tony, just as a sidebar, I read a couple articles this week from one of the Oakland beat writers. The A's are doing everything in their power to screw up this move to Las Vegas, by the way. There's a lot of questions.
That's what it sounds like. And, I know they cleared a big hurdle yesterday getting some of the funds passed for that new stadium they're trying to build. But there has been, I think it's safe to say ownership has not handled any of this the way that you would like to see it handled.
Tony, before we let you go and get out of here, we were talking about our Braves, and I do want to get your thoughts. They struggled a little bit against the Tigers. They lost the first game, won a doubleheader yesterday. But when you look at the standings right now and you go down the list of teams that are in first place, the Rays, we talked about it last week with you, 5 games in front of Baltimore. Minnesota's 3.5 in front of Cleveland. This is the American League. Texas is 3.5 in front of Houston. And the Braves are right now 4.5, basically 5 games in front of Miami. And, it's one of these things every time the Mets win, and we keep bringing up the Mets because they were supposed to be our nemesis, it's going to be Miami, right? I mean, they're not going away, and they seem like whatever it is those young guys are doing down there, they're starting to believe. And so I just want to ask you about this division, specifically the NL East, and then the Braves and what you see as we head into the middle part of June.
I mean, listen, I think we'd be silly to count the Mets out at this point. I mean, we just literally watched the Mets and Braves do opposite things last year and watched the Braves just hawk them down. So, I think, from what I see, the Marlins aren't going anywhere. That's a big credit to Skip Schumacher, their manager. He's a really good, brilliant baseball mind. He sees the game in a way that I think these young guys can relate to. And I think that's why, and at this point, they've played enough baseball to where they believe, who they are. They believe what they put on the win-loss column. And so they're not going anyway. I think this division is going to be fun to watch. As we get into the summer months, we get deeper into the season, I fully expect this to be a 4-team race. Now, the Braves are still the creme de la creme. I don't think there's any argument there. They have the best team. I think they still have the best roster, the most cohesive roster. And I expect that they'll win the division when it's all said and done. But I don't think it's just going to be a runaway. I think these teams will get kicking in gear. I think especially the Mets. They'll kick it in gear. They're playing in a very same pattern as the Padres are, who have started to pick it up here as of late.
Tony, appreciate the time, man. Thanks as always. Tony Gwynn Jr., host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman. Check them out, guys. We'll talk to you next week, my man.
Okay, take care.
All right, guys, coming up, we got to get to some headlines. We'll tell you the latest on what's going on at Falcon Mandatory Minicamp, including what Desmond Ritter had to say about Bijan Robinson and Grady talking about the defense. Coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, we're going to get into our NFL Blitz. We'll take you around the league as all these teams are finishing up mandatory minicamp this week. And guys will get about 5 weeks off. And what coaches say to their players, and I'm sure Arthur Smith will say the same thing when he releases these guys, stay in shape, don't get in trouble. That's it. And, Mike, every year, what do we hear? Somebody's going to do something silly. I guarantee it may not be one of our guys. I hope it's not. But somebody's going to do something that will be newsworthy, and they'll be in the news, and their team will be in the news for the wrong reasons. But we'll see what happens as these guys get some time off before we get back to training camp in July. By the way, late July is when the Falcons will have or at least start training camp. So if you're wondering about the dates and all that, that will be released. And then as far as your opportunity to go up and see the Falcons at training camp, those dates will be posted on not only on our website, but also theirs as well, as we're your official home of the Atlanta Falcons. Before we get into headlines, Mike is going back and forth with a bunch of people. Yesterday, we talked about, the idea of potentially trading for Zion. I love it. I think we need an infusement of a couple of different things. But star power, you don't go out and acquire that every day. And I know everybody's afraid of the injury aspect of this, but it's also opened the doors for other conversations, Mike, which you're having with our listeners right now.
Yeah, how do you get John Collins off the roster? That would be probably part one of a bunch of moves, presumably, that our ownership group and our management cabal would maybe try to put together. There was one report from NBA Central, and I retweeted it at Mike Bell ATL, and the idea would be for us to take on the Mavericks' Davis Bertans and the number 10 pick for John Collins and our 15th. Get us in the top 10.
Who is this Bertans?
He's a bum.
I'm sorry?
He's a bum.
Okay.
He was good about 6 years ago playing for the Wizards.
Okay, you lost me when you said he was good 6 years ago.
Good in the sense that he was a good three-point shooter. He was 15 points a game in 2019-20. Since then, not a lot of minutes and not a lot of points. He averaged 5.7, 5.3, and 4.6. I had one enlightened fan look at the stat sheet and said, he's a 40% career three-point shooter.
Who cares?
I go, yeah, he must be amazing on the 3 attempts he gets, every other week. He's a bum, okay? And it's a contract that's expiring, so you'd be basically getting a bum for next to nothing, and we'd be swapping 10 for 15.
How many times are you going to say bum?
I'm trying to emphasize the point. And then we would get John Collins off the books. Now, Mark Cuban has coveted John Collins for a number of seasons.
Yes, but I want more than a bum for JC.
Well, the other option and these are the only two major rumors that are being reported by the different websites, is Brooklyn wants potentially into John Collins, but there's the booby prize. They want to send us Ben Simmons.
What?
That's a deal breaker for most of us. And, by the way.
Oh, and y'all worried about Zion, huh?
Ben also has $70 million left on his contract, and he's the biggest head case on the planet and a total bum. Now, it would be the best offensive player on this team, but his hesitancy to, shoot the ball or take it near the basket might be, some would say, a negative.
Is he a bum too?
Ben Simmons is a bum.
I don't want Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
There's no way I want Ben
don't
Simmons.
Want Ben Simmons.
No. You guys worried about Zion. There's no way I want Ben Simmons.
Unless Quinn Snyder is also got a degree in psychology and he's going to straighten this guy out.
No. You guys remember this guy? I mean, he's supposed to be playing with Harden and Durant and Kyrie, right? And this guy's sitting on the bench in a suit outfit with shorts on. And we really never found out why he didn't play. And then it was like, well, he's got to get back surgery. Right. I don't want any part of this, okay? And you saw how he didn't want to shoot the ball when we beat them 2 years ago when he was in Philly. I don't want any part of this.
It's one of the most classic chicken blank moments in recent NBA history where a guy's got the flush and literally, he's right there at the basket.
He was scared.
And look, I'm like, and I know that we got to be so careful and tiptoe around mental health, and there's legitimate, concerns for some people, and maybe he has legitimate concerns. But this guy is an absolute disaster. He has no work ethic. He quits every 5 minutes, or it's a nagging back injury. He can't get on the floor. He's a 0 on high tops. He's a 70. He should be in Folsom for highway robbery for the contract. No interest.
Let me tell you what my mom would say. There ain't nothing wrong with that boy. Okay, that's what my mom would say. There ain't nothing wrong with that boy. He don't want it. That's what it is. So I don't want him here. Who's this guy you said again? Davis Bertans?
Yes.
Y'all need to stop with this.
Career 7.8 points a game.
It's not enough.
No, and again, it's a dude that Dallas has got on riding the bench. He's averaging the last year. What did he do this year? He averaged 10 minutes a game. Now, again, for the guy who sent me the tweet that he's a 40% three-point shooter for sure, he's a bum. Okay? I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe that doesn't translate. Some guys, you pick the one stat. 45, look at this. He's a three-point shooter. He's a bum.
Would you stop? How many times are you gonna say it?
I just want to emphasize the point. This guy is a non-starter.
I think people are getting it. You've dropped bomb like 10 times.
And by the way, it's funny because Father's Day is coming up on Sunday. I don't know if there was a catchphrase or a word that your father would use. The one word that my dad probably said more than anything that I could say on the radio would be bum. My dad used bum almost. I must have heard 100 bums come out of my dad's mouth on a weekend.
It's a polite way to say loser. Okay? It just is. And by the way, there is winning and losing in life. I've said this.
Right.
Giannis. All right. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line.
Can I use bum one last time?
No. You're more than welcome. It's just making me laugh.
Just so Mariota, and we're going to talk about this, or maybe Chris has it in Yeah Man, No Man, we got it in Guy Talk. They're going to be following Mariota around with a camera?
No. They did already.
Why?
Netflix has got a series called Quarterbacks. It's like Drive to Survive.
So we're going to see him quit on us?
Probably. I'm guessing that's got to be a part of this, but they followed Mahomes,
right?
Kirk Cousins, and Mariota last year. Nobody knew.
One of these things is not like the other.
Well, Mike, I think they're trying to give us different levels of quarterbacks. Right. And I think that's what you're going to get. Apparently, and I don't know how good it is. I've not seen any of this. There are previews out there. But they're saying they had unprecedented access. And from that standpoint, it's going to be really good.
Well, then we're going to see some of the stuff that happened here because once we finally got to. So, again, you'll probably have 17 different angles of the grenade toss up in Carolina.
Can he explain that, please?
I think that's unexplainable. Because he's a
bum. Hey, man, Big Bo is running the board for us. Turtle behind the glass, our engineer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Let's hear from Spencer Strider, Mike, about his start. How are you feeling about Spencer Strider right now, by the way?
No, I'm not as hot on as you are on him. Now, the strikeouts are amazing. You can't disregard them. And the potential for this guy to be one of the best in baseball.
8 runs, though, right?
I think, and Bo Johnson, who's engineering for us, we said this yesterday. John Smoltz came on our airwaves a few months back and said he thinks he's got good enough stuff. He doesn't have to be relying on a third option. He's got to get that changeup into his repertoire. It'll help his arm, and it's going to help him in the long run. He's got to be a 3-pitch guy on a more consistent basis.
Here's Strider on his performance.
Wasn't very good. Yeah, we won the game. That's what matters. So, credit to everybody else.
Thank you for that long definition of how you felt about your game. He's right. He wasn't good. He didn't have much to say. I mean, he's not lying about it. Luckily, the Braves were able to get some runs. They win 2 of 3 against the Tigers tonight, start a series against the Rockies. More with Grant McCauley coming up a little bit later on in the show. Meanwhile, Desmond Ridder has been impressed with a guy named Bijan.
Yeah, obviously just his size, just what he's able to do with the ball and what he's able to do without the ball. Just seeing his pure athleticism going out there and being able to make plays. Like we said earlier, we haven't, gone 11 on 11, 100% full speed with pads. So, everyone, changes a little bit once those pads come on. So it'll be interesting to see, what happens once we get into camp preseason, how it goes.
Yeah, he's going to be running over people is how it's going to go, Desmond.
Yeah, man, looking at some of the video out there today from some of the working Falcons and just quick. I mean, look, they're in shells and there's no one hitting them, but he's electric. He's super fast. He's like lightning quick cuts, ability to catch the football, super athletic.
Quick twitch.
Yep.
Grady Jarrett talking about, hey, all these predictions about what we're going to do, it don't matter.
Anybody can be preseason all-stars, preseason whatever it may be. And with us being who we are, nobody going to crown us anything. So we got to go put the work in and day out, take it day by day. But I'm confident in the work that we're putting in that's going to put out a good product.
Confident that the work we're doing is going to put out a good product. Hey, headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL. Live well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down, guys. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Hey, we're going to talk with Seth Emerson at 3:20 about the Dogs and their schedule and the SEC and all the things that happened last night. The schedule drop was a big deal. And again, we're talking 2024. But if you missed it, all right, Dogs at Alabama, at Texas, Ole Miss, at Kentucky. Those are the away games. The home games, obviously, Florida and Jacksonville, the cocktail party.
Right.
Auburn in Athens, home. 2024. Tennessee in Athens, Miss State in Athens.
There's just 3 games at home, supplemented by your out-of-conference. Georgia Tech, I presume, would be a home game, I would imagine.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're going to go get your cupcakes in there, and that's a season where no one would fault Georgia for scheduling some cupcakes.
I'm with you.
It's a beast.
This is why teams do that. You're like, oh, we got, no disrespect, Tennessee Martin this week. You're like, yeah, that because you need a break.
No, in a perfect world, every conference would be comparable as far as how many quality teams are there. If we get into 2024 and all of a sudden there's 6 teams that are ranked in the Big Ten, then I'll say salute to Ohio State and Michigan, right?
Yes.
And USC.
Yeah.
If there's not, it's an advantage for those guys or the Pac-12 or the Big 12 and a disadvantage for the SEC.
All right.
Unless, of course, whoever is in the College Football Playoff Committee values the strength of schedule.
Yeah. Seth Emerson is coming up 3:20. He is not a bum. Sean McDermott explaining what happened with Stephon Diggs. I can't wait to hear what the head coach of the Buffalo Bills had to say about this mix-up. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Can I ask you guys something?
Like me personally, or?
Yeah. You want to move on from John Collins so bad that you're willing to take a bad deal? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking this. Now, again, these are all rumors, okay? There's some truth to some of this stuff. Again, I do think the Pelicans are interested in maybe getting something in return for Zion, and we'll see Bradley Beal probably get traded. But here's the deal, guys, though. You're willing to take a bad deal to just move on from John Collins? And Mike mentioned this, a number 15th pick. Guys, you can't even name 5 guys in the NBA draft outside of the top 2 guys we've been talking about and Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, if we traded with the Mavs, I presume they got it backwards and we would get their 10th and we'd swap our 15th. So a 15th and John Collins for a bum and their 10th. and that would be it. And then the other option behind curtain number 2, take the greatest colossal head case in recent NBA history, Ben Simmons.
Don't want that. I don't want that.
Yeah, and some other guy to sweeten the deal from Brooklyn. And again, then you're in the luxury tax. The guy who can't shoot the basketball. Yeah. No thanks.
Yeah.
So the problem was Travis Schlenk had deals in place at least 2 summers in a row. Somebody in management said no. Perhaps it was Nick Ressler. We later found out. Yeah,
he was the owner.
Nick with his dad's ear. I don't know. But you got to either spend some loot, or we're going to get John Collins off the books, and that's how we're going to be able to acquire more talent and do that vis-a-vis free agency.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All I'm saying is, and this is my message to Landry Fields, the general manager of our Atlanta Hawks. Don't do bad deals. Don't do bad deals to just get guys off the books because you feel like you got to get guys off the books. Unless, Mike, he's been specifically told to get guys off the books because somebody doesn't want to be in the luxury tax, and therefore you do bad deals.
That's right.
Because if I get this deal, then you're telling me you don't want to be in the luxury tax, you just want to get guys off the books. And that is a bad deal. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. You had a chance to get Harrison Barnes for John Collins, and you didn't want that. That's a veteran, shot-making, NBA champion caliber guy coming off the bench or playing however you wanted to do it, and you said no. Right. And then you're telling me you're willing to take Davis Bertans? Come on. Come on.
I know, man. Look, there's a number of ways, and if you missed the show yesterday, we discussed some of the options that are out there. Now, some of these come through trade. Bradley Beal is for sale. Again, Bradley Beal's been on the block as long as John Collins has been on the trading block.
You guys remember when it was Beal and
John Wall?
Let me do the Dougie. You remember? Right. And everybody thought that they were going to be like that tandem, and then John Wall's just been hurt. And so Beal is like, look, I had my run here. I'm ready to get out of here. He wants to probably go somewhere where he feels like, hey, they have a real shot. I don't know if he feels that way about us right now. Guys, listen, if you're a player in the league and you're looking at Atlanta, if I'm a guy that has some value, you know what I'm asking? What's going on down there?
Right.
What happened? I know you got a new coach. I hear you. But what's going on? Like, I'm not just automatically going, like, for example, if I was a guy of value and I had opportunities, I think Golden State, even though they lost Bob Myers, is still in a good spot with Steph and Clay and whatever you think about Draymond. There's the nucleus still there, and they've got some decisions to make. But, Mike, there are other teams that I would be more interested in maybe going to knowing I have a shot at a championship than looking at Atlanta right now. So I'm just saying it's like guys have options. And this whole thing about John Collins is just upsetting to me because it's like, well, I don't like him, and so therefore we're just getting nothing for him.
I mean, I think it's run its course. And if you missed it earlier, I know we got to be nice and polite here because people get so mean. You're banging on John. He's a wonderful dude. We've had great conversations with John.
Don't say it.
He's always been super, amenable to interviews and tells what's going on, tells it like it is, wants to win, but he just doesn't have the physical skills to be better than an inconsistent player for this team. That's my take on John. I mean, I think that's why when I lost that bet, guys, you mad at John because he cost you $5,000. Well, it didn't help. I bet the over-under 1 year for guys who didn't hear. And that's either John got nailed for PEDs because I think he wants to be bigger. I think he gets pushed around sometimes on the blocks. I think he wants to be a bigger dude, but it's not the way it works. And so he's a tweener. He doesn't have the lead in his tuchus to be the guy we need him to be in our offense.
All right, your thoughts, 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Turtle, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
All right, we've been talking about what's going on up in Buffalo. Bills Mafia. What's going on? Sean McDermott explained, that is the head coach, what happened with Stephon Diggs. Now, remember, Diggs missed camp the first day.
Or did he?
It's mandatory minicamp. Then they said he was there, then he wasn't there.
Then they said he took a physical, then he split. Yeah. And then McDermott said, no, we spoke. And then we really had a great exchange of ideas. It was so good that he left. And then we picked the argument up later.
Here's the head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
I think there's a lot of things out there that aren't accurate. Let me be clear. Steph did everything that he was asked to do. He was here Monday and executed his physical on time. Steph reported yesterday, Tuesday, and reported for meetings, at which time we had a good conversation, great communication, and we got to a point yesterday where we just felt like we all needed a break and some space. So I gave Steph permission to get some space and head out, and then picked up those conversations after practice. So let me make it clear, it was not Steph leaving unexcused. He was excused by me. And so those conversations have got us to what I think and believe is a great spot.
Okay.
So why did he say he was very concerned about the situation? I remember that was a story that made the news on Tuesday that he had to backtrack from.
It was weird. It's weird. No, I'm with you. I think Sean McDermott, he put himself in a situation where now he's trying to get out of it. He's trying to explain and get out of it, and it may be making things worse.
Right.
I don't know. Here's what else he said, Mike. You asked the question, why was he very concerned? Here was his answer to that question.
Whenever a player has something going on or misses, not miss it, but he's not here for some reason, I am concerned. That's my sentiment with any player. In particular, a player as important to us as Steph. And so I get concerned when players miss for reasons off the field, for reasons on the field, whether it be they're injured or whatever it is. That's just how I am. So when I say very concerned, I'm very concerned because it's a situation with one of our players, and it was something that we needed to work through.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a lot of talking. I mean, he put himself as a head coach in this situation when he said, I'm very concerned. And then people are like, okay, like Mike, why are you concerned? Now you're
very concerned.
Yes, I heard you, Coach. And now you're like,
very
well,
concerned.
Let me tell you why I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Why am I concerned? I'm concerned because he's a really good player, and you're going on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, and
very concerned.
McDermott's a dude who maybe, like you and I, likes to get the last word in, doesn't want to lose the argument. Is there something with Diggs being a bit of a diva? Well, that was kind of the knock on him leaving Minnesota. Some guys felt it was a breath of fresh air, cleared the way for Jefferson to become the star he is.
He's not a bum, though.
Diggs did throw a little bit of a nutty on the sideline last year as Buffalo was crapping the bed in the playoffs.
That he did.
Very concerned.
So I don't know if there's any... If that swings around from last year, although Josh Allen was singing the boys' praises, saying he's my guy. That's my wide receiver.
Let's talk about my wide receiver. Hey, NFL Blitz is brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com.
Very concerned.
Yeah, I am too. And by the way, I hope you guys get this resolved because if not, Mike, this can carry over. We'll see. Meanwhile, we've been talking about the value of running backs. Jonathan Taylor was talking about the value of running backs.
Sad. It sucks because a lot of positions do a lot for their team. But specifically speaking for the running back position, I can just speak firsthand. We do a lot, and you just want to be treated fairly. You just want to be, appreciated for what you bring to the team. It's never about yourself. It's about the team. I mean, you see why guys they request trades. They want. They just want to feel valued by not only their coaches, their teammates, but the organization as well. And you just hope, from the track record here, you hope that things are being evaluated the right way. It's all about the wins. You want to make sure at the end of the day, you guys are winning games. You want to win championships.
2020 ran for over 1,100 yards. 2021, 1,818 touchdowns. And last year, 861.
How about that?
That's Jonathan Taylor from the Colts talking about the value of running backs.
And this is where, a lot of guys, every time we talked about our draft strategy and going skill position, guys go, what are we doing? Unless you feel this guy is going to be that superstar player. But even, look, I'm the biggest Dalvin Cook fan. I love what he did at FSU. And then here's a guy that's running for 1,000 yards 3 years in a row, and they don't want to pay him. So the market is definitely in a strange place. I get that. I understand what Taylor is saying. It used to be something that was a building block for your football team. We're kind of still approaching it as it is, but our guy is different than those other guys. This is a guy who's a weapon all over the field, Carl. He's more of a receiver. He can do it all. But people will be watching and how his workload is, how he maintains. You see Saquon Barkley, that scares people off too, because Saquon was the biggest thing in football for one season. He couldn't stay healthy until last year.
Yeah, listen.
Very concerned.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I love Bijan, but I'm telling you, this is where the arguments are.
Yeah. If Bijan, and I'm going to tell you he is, once we get to this point, we're not there yet, but in a few years, you'll be saying he does everything Christian McCaffrey does. And if he does that, Mike, that's 16 to 18, maybe $20 million by the time we get to talking contracts with him down the road. That's what it is. That's why they made Christian McCaffrey the highest paid running back in the league. But he does so much more than that. Hey, let's hear Kirk Cousins, Mike. He says he is not going to talk about his contract. This is interesting.
Which means I'm going to talk about my contract.
Well, he's not going to do it until March, okay, when he's scheduled to become a free agent. So basically he's like, look, I'm going to play out this year, and then we'll deal with this next offseason.
I think we'll probably talk about the contract next March, and until then, just focus on this season and the job to do right now.
You believe him?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that you're
Very concerned.
The way that some of our fans here in Atlanta feel about Matt Ryan, everybody around the league seems to feel that way about Kirk Cousins. He puts up good numbers, but nobody trusts him in big moments. So he'll probably throw for 30 touchdowns. Hopefully he won't throw for any against us this year. But what is his value? He's still above the line as far as better. He's a better than average quarterback by any metric, unless you're talking about the clutch metric, right, in the postseason.
35 years old. You guys know he's made a ton of money. Yep. Right? Back-to-back franchise
You
tags.
like this.
And then he goes and signs basically a guaranteed first 3 years of his deal. All the money was guaranteed. He's made a blank ton of money.
One of the first of its kind, by the way.
It was. But the problem is he doesn't have the playoff wins to go along with all of that.
Now, whether you think, in his defense, his team played no defense this year, but they blew a lead against the Giants. He just doesn't have – he has a rep as just being a guy that gives you good fantasy numbers, but you can't count on him in January.
Yeah, I don't know. So 36, 37, 38 after this season.
But he's still better than 20 other quarterbacks in the league.
Right now he is. I can't deny that, Mike. That's what's crazy about this whole Kirk Cousins situation.
Hey, the Lions were approached by HBO for Hard Knocks.
Why? We just saw that.
Because nobody wants to do Hard Knocks. Arthur Blank, he'll get it. Arthur, call HBO. Give it to us. Give it to us. I love that stuff. I love the access. I know that Arthur Smith would absolutely hate it because you get all this behind-the-scenes stuff. I think it's some of the best TV when it's done well, when there's storylines. Some of those Hard Knocks have been real sleepers. Browns, Cowboys, Jets. Yeah. This last season with Lions, pretty good.
Remember, though, as we watch these shows, because we get so caught up, they still get first right of refusal. Like, if they don't want you to see something, it's not in the show. Like, if there's something that's taped, because they got that stuff going on all day long, and they get a chance to review it, and they go, we don't need that on there. We don't get a chance to see it, even though it's still compelling, Mike. I'm with you.
Remember the anthem? Was it who was it? Was it Bryant when he was with the Raiders and all the whole controversy? None of it made it on TV.
We didn't see any of it.
Right.
Yeah, you're talking
Antonio
about
Bryant
with
none
the feet.
Right. None of it made it on TV.
Yeah. Antonio Brown, that's right.
Antonio Brown, my bad.
With the Raiders. Good call. Hey, man, coming up, Seth Emerson's going to join us. Dog schedule's out for 2024. We got questions, too, about this huge expose the AJC did earlier this week. It's Dukes and Bell.
No, that's a convenient narrative.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
I just got to tell you, man, I never thought I'd be talking about Texas and Georgia, and it's in the same conference. Right. I just never did. But with that said, the new SEC with the additions of Texas and Oklahoma, and to join us to talk more about this is our buddy Seth Emerson from The Athletic. He does a terrific job of covering the Dogs, and follow him at Seth W. Emerson. But, Seth, the SEC reveals these schedules last night, and everybody kind of goes crazy, right? I mean, it's like Bama fans, they've got to go to Oklahoma, Georgia fans with Texas. Tell me what your take is on this. And, again, we're still in the 8-game schedule for the SEC. That may turn to 9. But, you know what? I think this is the way it should be with the additions of Texas and OU.
One of my takeaways, and I'm someone who's written that they probably should go to a 9-game schedule because of a number of reasons, and one of them being keeping rivalries, but also just it's a big conference now, and 8 games seems too little per season. But to see a schedule without divisions the way we did last night, to finally see it, I kept telling people this is coming. Georgia's schedule is going to look different when you don't have Vanderbilt and Missouri and South Carolina on it every year. And you don't have that in 2024. None of those 3 are on there that have been on there every year since 2012. And look how much harder it looks. And Alabama's in that position too, because they're sent off to Oklahoma because the SEC wanted Texas and Oklahoma to have a marquee home game each. And so they gave them the last 2 national champions out of the SEC. But who in the SEC last night did you hear? What fan base did you hear saying, "Oh, this is an easy schedule. This is going to be great"? I mean, if they don't have a big fan base, but maybe Vanderbilt was saying that. Maybe Missouri was saying that. Arkansas, I think, actually was one of those that skated a little bit. But otherwise, most teams are looking at it and going, "Ooh, this is ooh."
Yeah.
And part of that's the format changing, and part of it's just Texas and Oklahoma being in the league.
I guess I'm in the minority, but I just think my buddies that are Georgia boosters, you want to see the best competition. I mean, you want to get bang for your booster buck, I would think. And, some folks, look, the trip to Austin is going to be a lot of fun for Georgia fans in 24. That's one nobody wants to miss.
I think you're in the majority. I think most Georgia fans I see want a 9-game schedule. Everyone was disappointed the Oklahoma game was canceled. I think what I heard last night, dissension from Georgia fans, was that the schedule was that you had to go to Texas and Alabama in the same year, and upset that they're not going to Texas A&M yet as planned. And then I also heard from people saying not enough home games, but they will actually have 6 home games because Georgia Tech plus 2 other non-conference games next year will be at home.
Seth, with the new no division formats, right? No East, no West. It's the 2 top teams that are going to play in the SEC championship moving forward in 2024. So Alabama wins the most games. Georgia wins the most games. Those are the top 2 teams. If it's Texas and LSU, those are the top 2 teams.
Yes.
That's how it's going to work, right?
Yes, and I would add that is another reason they probably need to go to 9 is you have less chance of messy tiebreakers coming in the more games you play. With the Pac-12 had a messy tiebreaker last year, and Utah got in and beat USC, and that was in a 9-game schedule. Imagine how much more of that would happen with one less game. But yeah, they have tiebreakers. They're ready with those. They're not ready to announce them yet.
Okay, because I know the Auburn thing was the big one. I mean, I hate to see. I know that it's maybe not the most passionate rivalry, but I just hate that something like South Carolina Georgia goes away because there's some really cool games in there. So are we just gonna be the vagaries of it? Or Auburn is in and everything else just goes away then, and you wait in the rotation.
Well, that's waiting on 9 versus 8 because now I could talk forever about the schedule, and you probably don't want me to, but it's been something I've been covering for a while. But the games on the chopping block, if they go to 9 games, that these stay every year, are Texas and Texas A&M, Georgia and Auburn, Tennessee and Alabama, and then Alabama, LSU, and some of those others that we've kind of gotten used to. Those will only happen twice every 4 years if they stay with 8 games. If they go to 9 games, it'll be permanent opponents. You may notice that all those games were on there last night, which seems to be the SEC telling ESPN, look at what you will get if you give us more money for going to 9 games. I think that's that. The thing is, like, I did a section in my story on The Athletic on the headline on it, like on what's missing from this schedule, like what games aren't on there. And yeah, Georgia, South Carolina was one of them. Alabama, Mississippi State. Georgia, Texas A&M. But those aren't going to be annual games anyway if they go to 9. They made sure I haven't gone through every team and checked it, but it sure seems like for the ones that I have checked, the teams that will be permanent opponents in a 9-game format were part of the 24 schedule.
Seth, I know Georgia is on top of the college football world right now, but I started the show today and I said it's about to get more difficult to win these national championships. Yeah. You've got an expanded playoff, which means you're going to have to win more games to get there. You're talking about the schedule itself, and you just said it. Every SEC school outside of Vandy went, oh, crap, this is way harder than what we've had in the past. And I just think the path to get there versus what I'm about to watch in 2023 with Georgia's schedule and the way it sets up, they are set up to three-peat this year. There's no doubt they could get back in the college football playoff. 2024, I don't feel that way. And it's not that the team won't be good. It's simply the path becomes a lot more difficult.
If they lose on paper, the 2 hardest games at Alabama and at Texas, and thus don't make the SEC championship game, they would be 10-2 and still probably a 50-50 shot to make the 12-team playoff. Almost certainly wouldn't make a 14 playoff. So the expansion of the playoff, along with expansion of the SEC to bring in 2 harder teams and this harder schedule, it neatly coincides. I think there's a lot of coaches that would be up in arms if it wasn't the case. But beyond the bravado that you will hear from a Kirby Smart or a coach like that of, we want to play the hardest schedule, so we welcome this, blah, blah, blah. I think ultimately what they also kind of say when you give them the truth serum is, we might lose a game or 2 more now, but we have a little more margin for error as far as getting in the playoffs.
Right. And that's been my argument when we were getting hot and heavy. Some Georgia fans like, that's what Kirby wants. 8 games, shut up. It just seems like you're going to be okay because unless there's a big sea change in the Big Ten and they're not as top heavy, because almost every major conference is top heavy. That's one thing I think you could say about the SEC. It's more balanced, but you just touched on it. With the expanded playoff position, strength of schedule is still going to win out.
Yeah, with Texas and Oklahoma in the league, I think the SEC should go to 9, but an 8-game SEC schedule, the average 8-game SEC schedule is going to be harder than the 9-game conference schedule in the Big Ten or any other conference.
Seth Emerson joining us, guys. He covers the Dogs for The Athletic. Check him out. Make sure you follow him. Seth, I want to ask you about how you felt about that expose that the AJC did. That in-depth piece about the citations that have been handed out since Kirby took over. I think ESPN jumped on board and kind of put out their own piece about it. Will it change anything? Will it change how they handle business there? When you talk about, the speeding and all the citations that have been handed out, it was an overview of everything that's happened. Obviously, we know about what happened in January, but it seems like it's so much bigger than that. Is it going to change anything?
Well, I think it's hard to compare the number to what it is at other programs because that hasn't been done. So we don't know what or even the average population, if you take a cohort with the same number of people over the same number of years. So it may be around the same average as if you compare it to another team or another cohort that age. But the difference is that Georgia obviously had 2 people die as a result of a car accident where speeding was a factor. It wasn't the only one, but it was a factor. And that Georgia is the 2-time defending champ, so there's going to be more of a glare on them. And so we're going to be taking a harder look at them. I talking to people over there, they're just kind of like, all right, we're taking our lumps on this as far as PR, but they've been doing awareness. They're talking to players. There's definitely also a feeling of like, look, we can't take away their car keys. Ultimately, when these guys speed, they're that's on them. Like, there's only so much we can do. But otherwise, I do think it would behoove them to announce some public suspensions. I do believe there will be. I mean, the denial on Morissette, because of the DUI, there's an automatic suspension there.
Right.
So that's at least one game, and it could be more because of the other charges that were involved there. I don't know why they can't announce that. I don't know if Jamon Dumas-Johnson is going to get suspended because his involved street racing. Marcus Rosemead-Jack Saint, his timing is obviously terrible because he's the most recent one to do it, but they don't typically suspend players for just a speeding-related arrest, even if 90 and a 45 weaving in and out of traffic seems like it would rise to the level of doing something there. But I think they got to say something or say that they're doing something so that they can tell the public that tangibly we're doing something. Because, look, they're having these guys run steps. All right,
right.
They're reaming these guys out in private, but the public doesn't see that. And God forbid something else happens. God forbid there's another accident and someone gets hurt. It's going to reflect on the program again, and people are going to say, "Well, Kirby Smart, the school wasn't doing anything," and they'll say, "Well, we were doing stuff." And it's like, but no, the public didn't see that. So I think it would behoove them to do that, but I don't think they're going to. Ultimately, they're going to just continue to talk about they're educating these players. They're suspending them according to what the handbook says to do, and they move along. I've asked Jerry Moorhead, the president. I've asked the athletic director, Josh Brooks, about it. I've asked Kirby Smart about it. The three are in alignment. This has not exposed any fissures or anything at the school.
Well, we said this yesterday on the show, Seth. I'm not trying to sound melodramatic, but so Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix's lives are lost, and it comes to nothing. Nothing comes from that as far as in the grand scheme of things. That they don't really kind of realize we do have a problem here. Does President Moorhead have any sway? I know Kirby's the second most powerful guy in the state, but is there anybody as far as boosters of the president that feels like, hey, Kirby, come on, smell the coffee?
Well, who's the most powerful? If he's the second most powerful, not really. I'm drawing a blank on.
The governor would be one, and Kirby would be two.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. But no, I think that they honestly, it goes back to they had a tragedy, and since then it's been looked into hard, and they say, well, we have this tragedy, we have that we're at the top of the heap, so we have this glare on us, but we're talking to the kids, we're trying to tell them about educating them about stuff, but that they're not really sure what else they can do or what else they need to do.
It's interesting. We'll see where it goes. Great job on the scheduling and the article you put out. Go check him out, guys, at The Athletic. It's Seth Emerson. Thank you so much for stopping by, Seth. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
404-726-0929. You guys can let us know how you feel about that. He's trying to be as honest about it, and this has been my biggest problem. He's saying the same thing I've said. Kirby, it's not enough. You have to let the people who support your program know what you're doing. You don't have to do jack if nothing ever happened. But once things like this start being exposed, Mike, there's a responsibility to the people who support you wholeheartedly to say, we're handling this, and this is how.
Because, I get it. Georgia fans don't care. Some don't care. You just don't want to sound like Urban Meyer, where you're brushing things under the rug like he did at Florida. You know what I mean? Or whatever happened at Ohio State that was finally did come to light. You just don't want to have that. You don't want to have that taint on you, do you?
You don't. This hour is brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. Coming up, yeah, man, no, man. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game at Odyssey.com.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I can't wait to hear what Bo Estes has to say about the potential deals for John Collins. He works for NBA.com, NBA TV. We'll get his thoughts coming up next hour. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thanks to our buddy Seth Emerson as well for stopping by and talking about the Dogs and the schedule. We're also going to hear from Connor Riley, who joined us yesterday, coming up in our Dog Report at 4 o'clock to talk about UGA and these driving issues. He had an interesting take on it as well, and we will talk more about these scheduling the schedules that came out in the SEC. Again, I'm with Seth. Everybody yesterday was like, oh, crap. Schedule's harder for everybody.
It just is. But, I mean, I just think at the end of the day, you're afraid, everyone's afraid that somebody like a TCU will sneak in or, like a Boise State will get. I think you're going to be okay. I mean, losing to the best two teams you play in
not
any
a bad
season,
thing. Not a bad thing.
But it's still not necessarily a resume builder if there's other conferences are comparable. If the Big Ten has got 6 teams that are really good like the SEC, then it's a different argument. But it's not, because only the SEC's got, in my lifetime, as many ranked teams in the top 10 every year.
All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team.
Not really.
From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what's going on, man? Happy Thursday. Tomorrow we are live at Twin Peaks in Buckhead. Come on out and hang out with your boys. We'll be out there having a good time getting your weekend started. Turtle, what's happening, man?
Carl, I'm not sure you're going to be too fond of this first story because it involves one of the guys that you are very highly fond of, and that is one Justin Fields.
Don't you say anything bad about Justin Fields.
Our sister station, 670 The Score out in Chicago. Mike, was that okay?
Yeah, from the greater Chicago lane theory, that's passable.
Yeah, all right. So
we've covered you doing voices, but go ahead.
So they had their reporter on their afternoon drive show, and he said that Mr. Fields was not exactly lighting it up.
Look, guys, today was not a great day for QB1.
I don't want to hear
that. If maybe it was the visor. Maybe he had a different colored visor on today, and I just didn't pay close enough attention and didn't know.
I'll chase the actual story. Why wasn't it a good day for QB1? What happened, Adam?
That's a good question.
Really, yesterday wasn't great either. But today was, when he's throwing to DJ Moore, he looks like that quarterback that Matt Eberflus, Luke Getty, any one of us have said is the goal for this offseason, right? Get rid of the ball faster. Make faster decisions. Be more accurate. When he's throwing to DJ Moore, I see that quarterback. I mean, that's there, and I think that's been relatively consistent. The concern for me, and I wasn't even really considering it too much of a concern until really the last 2 days, is just when he's going other places, I'm still seeing more of the guy we saw last year where there just is that inconsistency.
It's like, correct me if I'm wrong, it's June, right?
It's June. This is a complete overreaction.
A guy is breaking down Justin Fields against guys wearing helmets and socks. Is that what you're telling me? And now he's able to tell you he won't be any good this year.
That's exactly what I heard.
It's an asinine thing. There's a lot of asinine things on Sports Talk Radio. That guy's a bum, Carl.
Here's the deal. Justin looks good throwing to DJ Moore because DJ Moore is good. He's the best receiver they've got. That's why they traded for him. You're talking about throwing to other guys, and it just doesn't look like he's delivering the ball. Give me a break.
No, like when, for instance, we were out at Mercedes-Benz, 10 days ago? And we told you what we saw. Now, again, they're not giving you the playbook. There was a couple of nice, there was play action, and they got all the guys involved in the red zone.
Well, Mike, when we were there, Richie Grant got an interception.
Richie Grant made plays.
So that means Ritter sucks.
Yeah, so that means Ritter sucks.
He's terrible.
Matter of fact, Richie Grant's better than Jesse Bates.
I mean,
because
come on.
In this workout today, Mercedes-Benz, Jesse Bates had no interceptions, and Richie Grant had 2. I mean, it's where Sports Talk Radio, look, we talk football 12 months a year, but hopefully we give you some substance. That's ridiculous. That's silly.
To me, Chris, and you're right, I don't like it. To me, no man is the answer.
Bust.
To me, all right, it sounds like they are trying to find things to just pick apart.
Right.
And that's what they do in Chicago. Okay? Yeah. That's what they do. It's just like, his arm is hurting or something, and today he looked like crap.
I got to tell you,
a break.
I was watching that guy, the kid, he's no good, Carl. He's not no Jim McMahon.
Yeah, go eat a hot dog. All right, go eat a Chicago dog, will
Jody
you?
Maroney? That's
Yes.
actually in
He
California.
even took a shot at his visor.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Why?
Because they're just trying to nitpick and find things. And I'm going to tell you guys, like, once they break, he's going to be back here at the crib, and they're going to be working out. There's going to be other guys and other professional quarterbacks that'll be in town, and they'll be putting the work in. Justin's going to be fine.
I mean, he does need to be more. You know, in
Who
the offseason,
doesn't?
everybody. Ritter's got to get better. Ritter's got to, and like we want more touchdowns. And Drake London's got to not fumble. There's all things guys got to work on. We don't know what Bijan's going to be. We're just telling you, but we're not going to sit there and go, yeah, Carl, I saw Bijan drop a pass today, so obviously he's not a great pass. It's the micromanagement and like breaking things down, as we say, to the umpteenth level. It's ridiculous. That's silly. But there's some guy in Chicago in his car going, I heard that the fields look terrible today at practice, Bob. Yeah. And then that's how these things they gain traction. It's silly.
Put the pie in your mouth, will you?
How many heart attacks is that for you, Todd? That makes you the Baker's dozen. The Bears.
Easily top 10.
I take Tom Zach over Fields right now.
Let me ask you guys, and then I'll leave this alone. Chris, you're right. I didn't like it, and I don't. Who were his wide receivers last year?
Darnell Mooney.
And?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, they brought Chase Claypool in a trade from Pittsburgh.
And he did nothing.
And there was a terrible trade.
Bum.
And
did nothing.
Yeah, you remember he was the guy. Didn't we play the sound from him last year going, people are going to realize I'm the man.
Yeah, and people are like, he's running for 1,000 yards. He's a running back. Yeah. He had to. They didn't have anything. All right. I'm over that. Let's move on.
All right. Last one real quick.
You're like Brian Gumbel on HBO. Let's move on.
My next guest.
My first spit take from you in about 2 weeks.
Because Brian Gumbel does do that. But he does it so cool.
Are you gonna grade Turtle on his page? I was wondering what the hell is Brian Gumbel writing on that notebook?
Gumbel always, but he's so cool. Let's move on. Go ahead, Turtle.
All right. We need a Greg Gumbel reference now before the show is over. So
his hair has never changed. That's my reference.
You know him and JB. You know who couldn't resist? Stephen A. You know what he couldn't resist?
What?
Talking about Skip.
Oh.
Of course he had to give his side of the story and his heartfelt tribute to Skip Bayless.
Skip Bayless is my brother. Don't matter whether we talk or we don't talk or how often we talk or see each other. Shannon Sharp was absolutely right to do what he did. It was great for him to think about the fact that Club Shay Shay and Undisputed and him being a pundit and an analyst and what have you and being a household name, that doesn't happen if it was not for Skip Bayless. And I can relate.
Why is he talking like
because I'm sitting here with this podcast right now, feeding off my success and what I've been fortunate and blessed enough to achieve at ESPN.
Why was he talking like that in a podcast? Was he recording
That's
the podcast
the
in the
serious
library?
Stephen A. voice.
Yeah, you know, this is it's so everything's cartoonish with this guy. It's one extreme to the next. God bless him, he's stealing money, but geez Louise.
Well, no, he's working hard now.
Yeah, but good for him.
He's working hard.
Good. Well, not necessarily. Good for.
I'm not going to say that.
He's got 15 more producers than we got. He still can't get his facts straight on a daily basis.
That's not what I'm talking about. The point is he's putting in hours every day and putting the time and the work that you're supposed to put in. With that said, I'll say this. Skip did give him a shot.
That's true.
Stephen A. will tell you and tell everybody else. It was Skip Bayless that came to him and said, I want you on First Take. I want you to be my partner. And he reached out to him. So he's not lying about that, but I think he was responding to the whole Shannon Sharp crying thing that some people were upset about and saying, why is Shannon crying if he's leaving the show and he dislikes Skip Bayless like we think he does? Why is he crying? He was just showing his, you know what? Listen, everybody needs help, man. Everybody. So when you get ready to move into whatever you're going to do and somebody, lends a hand and puts their arm out there and says, hey, I'll help you out, no matter the disagreements or what happens, there is an appreciation. And so I get it. I'm with Stephen A. on this. There's an appreciation for that. It doesn't mean that Shannon doesn't feel the way he does because he's leaving the show.
No, they had a very successful program that was making headlines. And then, he's also making good coin doing that too, if nothing else. And it just got to a position where Skip made the job untenable because that's what Skip does. And Steve is right about that part of it.
That's what happened on Squid's last day on this show. You guys got together, had a crying circle, shared all your emotions, and now he's in Morning Drive. Chris, hit the music.
Really? That's where you're going to go? Coming up, we're going to talk about the schedule. we'll get more into our Braves. They're back home, guys. They got a 4-game series with the Rockies. Bo Estes is going to join us, NBA.com, NBA TV. I want to know what he thinks about this potential John Collins trade, because I'm not doing anything if I'm not getting something of value in return. And a number 15th overall pick and a – go ahead and say it, Mike.
Bum.
Is not enough. It's Dukes and Bell. This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Great interview with Seth Emerson from The Athletic talking about the Dogs and the schedule, and we're going to get more into that as the SEC revealed the 2024 football schedule. Listen, it's a big deal. It may not be a big deal in the Midwest. Well, it is because of the Big Ten, but I'm specifically talking about like Chicago or New York, Mike, for that matter. It's a big deal here, man. It's because we love college football, I think, more than any other part of the country. And I can say that because I've been to other parts of the country. And I just think that the passion here, the SEC, that whole phrase, it means more. It's real.
It does. I mean, growing up where I grew up in Long Island and buddies of mine today, I mean, it's funny. Listen, when I was up in New York a few months back for a hockey game and hearing guys talk college football on WFAN, you'd laugh out loud. It's not their wheelhouse, and it's not their fan base's wheelhouse. So, but the footprint of the Big Ten, technically in the tri-state area with Rutgers, I mean, there are certain people that watch Big Ten, but yeah, down here it's like a religion. You ask most fans right now in their cars, what's your favorite sport? It's pro football. Second favorite's college football. Well, and then it would be baseball or basketball.
Here's the thing about the South, and this is something I know for a fact. Everybody has a favorite college football team.
Right. Even if you didn't go there.
Even if you didn't go there. And that is what I know. So you can talk to somebody, and literally it's not where you're from, it's who you follow. Who's your team? And they're able to tell you it's Georgia, it's Auburn, it's Alabama, it's LSU, and that is the uniqueness. It's Tennessee. So we're going to talk more about that coming up. Bo Estes is going to join us. NBA.com, you're wondering, hey, what's going on? Nothing as of yet. But we know that our team, the Atlanta Hawks, have to make moves. And whether that's, trading one guy, whether that's two guys that you're adding to this roster, however it's going to play out, this team is not going to look the same. Nor should it, by the way. We're a 500 team that got beat in the first round again. So I get it. We want Quinn Snyder to have a full off season and all that stuff, and that's going to happen. But, Mike, you can't stay the course. And so now there are a lot of rumors that are surfacing. Right. And we were talking about one. We'll ask Bo about this, but we'll also ask him about the Zion situation, which we talked about yesterday. And I said I'd take Zion in a heartbeat. But the new rumor has to do with John Collins. And you said we want to correct ourselves here and make sure we get it right. We, as in the Atlanta Hawks, would receive the 10th overall pick?
Yeah, and NBA Central headed backwards. They summarily deleted their tweet from about 4 hours ago. A lot of guys sent it to me, said, hey, what do you make of this? And the idea was the Mavs and the Hawks, here's what they had 4 hours ago, they deleted it. Mavericks and Hawks have discussed the idea of swapping Davis Bertans and the number 10 spot for John Collins and the 15th spot, which we've got. Because they've got the 10th, we've got the 15th. Otherwise, it makes sense. And they then erased that. And then the guys came up to me and were like, what do you make of this? Well, I said, this guy, a couple of years ago in Washington, he wasn't bad. But remember, guys, the Mavericks traded half of their team to get Kyrie Irving, and this guy still couldn't get on the floor. And what does that tell you about the guy? He's a bum. That's why I went on that bum rant earlier. I'm glad he's a 40% free throw shooter. Half the team went to Brooklyn, and this dude still can't get minutes on a team that was decided in the last minute to tank for the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
So, again, no interest whatsoever. He's got one more year on his deal. We want to get John Collins off the books. What do you want to trade John Collins for? You want to trade him for picks? That doesn't help us.
No.
You want to trade him for a?
We're not young anymore.
No, we don't need that. I don't need to wait another 5 or 6 years for a guy to become something.
That's my deal. We are a team now. We know how to win. Okay, we're not doing enough of it, but we know how to win. And we're past that point of, okay, we're going to collect all these pieces. This is what Travis Slink did. We're going to collect all these pieces, and then we'll see who can play and who can't, and it'll shake itself out. That's what this was. And now there's no more Red Velvet. There's no more Cam Reddish, right? And now you're trying to make moves to make the team better because you know who can play and who can't.
Yeah, and like Bogey, we love Bogey, but, can Bogey give you 75 games or not? Can he give you back-to-back nights? Bogey's still a guy you can trust at least coming off the bench or if you want to start him. But we got to get more pieces. We've got to get that, the elusive, star, which is not going to break the bank because unless we'll ask Bo Estes next hour, my old buddy from Turner, about us getting into luxury tax salary-wise, and how do we do this? How do we improve this team without spending more money?
All right.
I don't think you can do it.
I don't either. I think you have to at least be willing to do that to bring in the necessary pieces that you want to add.
Today would be a beautiful day for a parade on Peachtree, not too warm. Watching Michael Malone and the Nuggets guys going to the parade about 3 hours ago, videos posted. They're all hammered, having a blast, and that's what you should do, man. They earned it.
Having fun. I'm hoping we can do that very, very soon. I want another parade. If it's with the Braves, it'd be great. It's just once you have one, and you guys know this, everybody, the millions of folks that came out for the parade, you want another one. You get greedy. It's like, oh, this is so much fun. And then when your friends call, here's the other thing. It's like, hey, what are you doing? I'm at a parade. It's like, you can't take that away from us. That's the part. All right, man, we're going to talk to Bo coming up. Right now, let's talk Dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the Dogs.
All right, let's take a look at the schedules. The 2024 conference opponents. It looks different because it is. There's no more SEC East. There will be no more SEC West. The top two teams, meaning record-wise, will play in the SEC championship game, which is still going to be played here in Atlanta. But, for example, Alabama has Auburn, Georgia, Missouri, and South Carolina, okay? But then you look at, hey, away games, those are home. So Georgia goes to Alabama next year. Auburn plays at Alabama in the Iron Bowl. That's obviously the rivalry. But, Mike, on the road, they got LSU, they got Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Vandy. That's a tough schedule to maneuver. And listen, Alabama is looking at this the same way Georgia fans are. Georgia's schedule, home, Auburn, Florida, obviously, neutral site, Miss State, Tennessee. Then you're going on the road again, all right, Alabama, Kentucky, Ole Miss, and you got to go to Austin to play Texas.
And I know it's not the SEC, but it's certainly the most SEC school. It's not in the SEC. You start the season with Clemson at Mercedes-Benz. And Cade Klubnik under center after another year this year, perhaps where he reestablishes Clemson as, a potential top 4 finalist and being in the playoff.
LSU, home games. Alabama, Ole Miss, Oklahoma goes to LSU in 2024. Vandy. On the road, they've got to go to Arkansas, which is a tough place to play, man. They got to go to the Gators, South Carolina, and then College Station to play Texas A&M. Like, that's tough. I mean, so it doesn't matter how you look at this or what school you're talking about. When you start laying this out and you're going, how are you going to maneuver this schedule and be a team that has maybe potentially one loss? Seth Emerson said, look, I think whoever has 2 losses, if you lose your 2 best opponents, whether they be on the road, in most cases it probably would be, you probably will still have a chance to get into the college football playoff with the expanded playoff of 12 teams. But, Mike, if you've got 3 one-loss SEC teams, an undefeated SEC team, and you're the 2-loss team, more than likely those 1-loss teams are getting in, and the undefeated is, and the 2-loss team is not. It's not going to be all SEC teams, guys, in the playoffs. The way they're expanding this, they want at least 2 or 3 Big Ten, 2 or 3 Big 12. The Pac-12 is not going to be left out. That's why they expanded this thing. The goal is to at least have across the country, Mike, where you are equally represented. So for all the SEC fans are like, well, we'll have 6 teams in. No, you won't. You're not going to have a 3-loss SEC team in the expanded playoffs. It's not happening.
No, and we talked about this earlier when Kirby was a couple years in at Georgia. When you lose to your 2 best opponents and the rest of your schedule is not great, that's not a resume builder. Like, remember, what was the year? It was the year they went down to the Sugar Bowl. They lost to Alabama and LSU. And remember, you and I were on the radio, and guys from Georgia fans like, we should deserve a piece of the pie.
Yep.
When you lose to the 2 best teams on your schedule and the rest of your schedule is kind of weak sauce, then you don't really get that juice. In this case, if you've got other wins over ranked opponents because of the depth of the SEC, that's a different conversation. And then if the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the Pac-12 continue to be very top-heavy, here's the thing. What if USC comes in as the number 3 team in the country? Michigan, Ohio State are really good. That's a different conversation. We're not we're not crapping on the Big Ten anymore.
No, it's a great
And that's
point.
where the 2 losses will kill you. Or maybe you go on the road and maybe you have to go play in one of those games where you're the road team on somebody else's campus. But you're still in the playoffs. And those are going to be difficult games because they're home games. Right.
Those are going to be difficult games, So as this shakes out, I think it's cool that Texas and Texas A&M will play again. For the first time. They hadn't played since 2011 when A&M said we're out, and then they came to the SEC, and so that is good, I think, just for college football. But the natural rivalries, and this is what Seth was saying, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, you have to keep those in place. You can't ever go away from Georgia, Florida. You can't go away from Alabama, Auburn. You got to keep these rivalries, which has made this conference special, in place.
And it's really difficult for Auburn because Auburn is part of 2 of the greatest rivalries. You just mentioned the Iron Bowl and the oldest rivalry in the Deep South. With all due respect to Virginia, North Carolina, nobody cares. The oldest rivalry, they say, in the Deep South is Auburn and Georgia. Nobody wants to lose that.
No, I just think that's the big deal with going to 9 games. As they move forward. Hey, I do want you to hear Conor Riley, who works for Dog Nation. We asked him about the UGA driving issues, and this is what he said to us yesterday on the show about everything that's going on.
Yeah, in the statement that Georgia had given ESPN, I think, pretty clearly outlines how they feel about it going forward. In terms of the raw numbers, not again, it's not to downplay it, and I'm going to, share my thoughts on what that means going forward. It's hard to know, how much, this is happening at other places. And obviously, look, Georgia's brought this upon themselves. The events of January 15th are incredibly tragic. And the fact that, you still have these keep happening, that it fair or not, does not seem to have had a deterrent on sort of their driving, recklessness is clearly showing up. And look, you open yourself up to questions like this. You open yourself up to probes from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, from ESPN. And it's one of those things where, look, again, these are 18 to 22-year-old kids. They're going to have an air of invincibility around them, thinking, oh, nothing bad can happen to me. And so, I at this point, I don't know what has to happen for this to sort of stop and go away. Obviously, you're going to have traffic arrests and citations and things like that. It's just going to continue to happen. But on the scale and the level of borderline carelessness, it seems, that comes across, it's hard to sort of, just see, all right, when is this going to be taken seriously? Kirby Smart's never going to give you the pound of salt that you want in the media. He's never going to outline what the suspensions are going to be. He's never going to come out and publicly hammer any of his players. And that's just sort of who he is. And in some ways, I understand that and know that, he's protecting his players. And that's what, as a head coach of 18 to 22-year-olds, he's asked to do. At the same point in time, it's clear as well that they're not going to make any changes on this publicly to appease that aspect of it. And I just sort of end with this, as someone who was involved in a very serious car accident, a month ago, it can be incredibly frustrating because I've lived it, and to have something like that happen to me, you see that, you feel that. I mean, I drive differently now than I did before the accident. And so it's interesting, and maybe it's just because I'm a little bit older and I was in the accident and those guys weren't. It's interesting that it just hasn't seemed to have changed. And I think that's probably, in the end, the most frustrating thing, is that this sort of thing continues to happen. This story, that we all thought January 15th was when it took place, that was sort of what was believed to have been the confines of that story. Right. The fact that it is now June 14th, almost 5 full months later, and this is still a major story and it is going to continue to be one, I think falls squarely at the blame of Georgia.
That is Connor Riley from Dog Nation. His perspective on it. You heard Seth Emerson earlier talk about it. And I just think at the end of the day, I'm not telling you Kirby's not doing his job, because I guarantee you they're talking to the kids about everything that's going on. But publicly, this whole thing about we've got it under control, we'll handle it behind the scenes, I just don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I just think fans want a little bit more transparency. Look, I get if there's a full spectrum of fans who do, to fans who say, shut up, stop talking Dad about the dogs. Look, I said this at the end of last segment. I just think at the end of the day, guys, you just don't want to have one of those programs where a few years down the road you're talking about all this stuff. And look, you still got the championship, and no one debates you're the best team in the country or on the top of the mountain. But you don't want to have that kind of stuff, that ickiness that you hear about, with Urban Meyer when he was in Florida, or when Barry Switzer was in Oklahoma, when there was things. Now, granted, there was a whole different type of apples and oranges, but there was still some funkiness. You want guys to make better decisions, and I get it. As Seth Emerson told us last hour, you can show me the information. Is the same rate of speeding and accidents happening at other campuses, then it's a different story. But no one cares about those schools. They're not the national champions.
No. You are on top of the mountain right now. Everybody cares about what you're doing. Bo Estes is going to join us, NBA.com, NBA TV. We'll talk all things trades and more in the Hawks coming up next.
Dukes and Bell.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk some NBA off-season because it's going to be interesting for our Hawks, but I think there'll be a lot of movement around the league. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Bo Estes works for NBA.com, NBA TV. He joins us right now on the waitfor.com hotline. And, you know, yesterday, Bo, we started talking about these rumors about Zion, and I don't know if he's going to be moved or not. I think the Pelicans are just seeing what's out there. But I want to start there because we put up a poll, and a lot of our listeners were like, no way. Even if the Hawks could acquire him, they were not interested in doing so. Me, all right, I was, because we need change on this team.
You know what? You're a risk taker.
I am. What do you think about this? More importantly, do you think Zion's going to be moved?
I have talked to several people on this front, and a couple of days ago I thought the possibility was greater than it is now. One thing I'll tell you is working down at NBA TV a couple of years ago, I had the chance to work closely with David Griffin, who now runs things down in New Orleans, and I think he's going to keep his cards close to his vest. As far as I'm concerned, regarding Zion, availability is the best ability. So I worry about his ability to be out there and to be healthy and to play. When he plays, he's a wrecking ball. He's unlike anything we've seen in this league before, frankly. But he's just not out there that much in a way that could impact, a team that's trying to go where the Hawks are trying to go right now. You're either going up, you're going down, or you're going nowhere in the NBA, and the Hawks don't want to be going nowhere. So they got to figure things out in a hurry with who they have, and I don't know that Zion can move the meter quickly if he's not out there on the floor.
Bo, what would the market be for John Collins? He's been the subject of trade rumors for seemingly forever, last 3 years.
It's going down. It's not as good as it used to be. Remember, just a few years ago, this is a guy who was averaging 21 points and 10 rebounds a game on good efficiency numbers. Last year, he had his lowest usage rate of his entire career. He's sort of a victim of DeJounte Murray coming over and taking a large role in the offense and with the team. So John Collins, he's got that contract with it 3 years and $78.5 million left on that deal. It's a tough contract, but for specific teams that can look back and see what he's done and realize he's just a 25-year-old guy, there may be a value play there for him if you want to roll those dice. I just think that 2 years ago John Collins had a lot more value for the Hawks if they'd have moved him then.
I do too. And that's why the general manager attempted to and then got turned down. It's Dukes and Bell. We're talking to Bo Estes. Bo, let's talk about the Tatum and Brown tandem. Everybody in Atlanta wants to bring in, Jaylen Brown. Okay, so where is Jaylen Brown going to end up? Is he ultimately going to be back with the Celtics, or do you think he has a new destination?
Well, again, this is another one of those things where a couple of days ago I thought he might have been moved. The latest I've heard is there's a good chance they're keeping him. One thing that, this point in the year is just palace intrigue with every team. House Celtics, House Hawks, House Pelicans. There's sort of mixed rumors being thrown out there in each direction. The Boston Celtics have disappointed this year in the playoffs. They came up short against the Golden State Warriors, but you've gotten right there. And you look at a team like the Denver Nuggets, who, through injuries or falling short, came close. Then they won a title. Boston has two young stars out there. One's a superstar, and they're close. They're really close. I don't know that you want to change it up that quickly. And so it made sense to me when I heard that it's more likely that he stays there right now.
It is our buddy Bo Estes from NBA TV, NBA.com. Follow him on Twitter, NBA Bo. Yeah, man, this Hawks team, we've been talking about how do we get better? What do we do? We talked about DeAndre Ayton, although he seems a bit flaky lately, less clutch. Yeah. And plus, we had another problem, Bo, is point number one. We're over the luxury tax right now. So we got to get down. Do you think there's a way we could do this without having a wrestler get and start spending some big money?
Well, that's the challenge. Is that, I've heard that the Hawks are okay being a tax team, but they don't want to be an extreme tax team. You look at somebody like the Golden State Warriors; they're paying out $200 and something million in salary, and then $250 million in tax. That's not going to be the Atlanta Hawks. Not in this market. There's no way in the world. So they've got to figure out a way to tinker around the edges. I think, like I said, I think John Collins is the move. And I know, Mike, you saw the rumors of the potential trade with the Dallas Cowboys, or rather the Dallas Mavericks out there. If they did something with the Cowboys, that'd be news. But with the Dallas Mavericks, and I tell you what, That's interesting to me only in that you get off that $78.5 million that's left on John Collins' contract if you brought in Davis Bertans, and potentially you move up to that 10 spot in the draft, and you get a little better when you get up to that 10 spot. There's some guys that I could see really helping the Hawks in a hurry, particularly with their specific situation. You got Trey, you got DeJounte, but who else can be a ball handler? And with Trey out there, you need somebody who's a defender who can help him out. And there's some guys in this draft I think could do that.
Could they have an instant impact? Because most of the guys we get, like Reddish, he's on his third team, and DeAndre Hunter continues to be a development process.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the guys at the top of the draft that are going to be instant impact. I mean, we're not going to see anybody like Victor Wembanyama for years. But I think that you could. You could get somebody like a Casey Wallace who could help in a hurry. And you may not see it statistically, but it may be on the defensive end where he makes his most immediate impact. But I think he's got a feel for the game. You tend to think of a feel for the game as being guys like Trae Young who know how to create passing lanes. But if you watch tape on a guy like Wallace, he's a guy who sort of drifts and shifts to create passing lanes as the receiver, and he's a knockdown shooter. So he's got a lot going for him. There's other guys that I like in the draft, the Hawks, but you're right, Mike. It's not going to be a guy who comes in and scores 26 points a game and is an instant all-star in all likelihood. That's just not the way it typically goes.
Bo, what do you think about Quinn Snyder? He's hired his staff now. We all like what we've seen so far, but it's such a small sample space. But everybody I've talked to around the league just absolutely loves Quinn. And, you know, they think he's ahead of the game. He's a great communicator. What do you hear?
I love him too. And like you, everybody I talk to loves him as well. I think one thing that you'll see is now he's got an off season. And now he's got a little time to dig in and look at this team and tinker and install exactly what he wants with a full, exhibition season and training camp to prepare. So I think you'll see improvement just with that amount of time with this team. He'll also get to have some, new players in the mix that can help this squad. I think what's interesting is it seems, based on what I'm hearing, is that the Hawks are committed to Trae Young for now. And he's, I was in Atlanta for years and years. He's their most marketable star since Dominique Wilkins. So you're committed to Trae Young. That means you're probably going to keep your best defenders like a Clint Capella and a DeJounte Murray short term. I think, if Quinn's given this year and he can put it all together, I think the Hawks might have something. Remember, it was just a couple of years ago that they got farther in the NBA playoffs than they've ever been as a franchise. So they can be close. The Eastern Conference is really tough. Milwaukee's probably the most talented team. Boston and Philly are right there. So it's tough, but you can get there. You can make a run. And I don't think this Hawks team is necessarily going down, and I don't think they're necessarily going nowhere. There's a future where they could be okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what Sadiq Bey is. He was kind of, inconsistent. You can kind of see why Detroit moved on from him. If he gets consistent, and the guy that I love is A.J. Griffin. And I just want to see him get more minutes, and then there you can have your solid scoring option that we haven't had on this team.
Well, and you look at what A.J. Griffin did. He was doing it in less than 20 minutes a game. Yeah. He's putting up these numbers. And this is a guy that's a young guy that shot a much better three-point percentage than John Collins did this year. You allow him to sort of move into those minutes and get some of that burn. I think the Hawks may have something. I just think it's one of those quieter stories that's less splashy than what the Spurs are going to get with Wembanyama or, if Zion moves for Scoot Henderson or something like that. But I think that there's space for that in this league right now. Remember, just about 5 years ago, we had Golden State and Cleveland dominating the league, and winning a championship seemed like a long shot at best for everybody. Teams can win championships now. Teams can make a move in one season. Milwaukee did it. Denver did it. Toronto did it. It can happen. And Atlanta's one of those teams that if everything lands right, they could make a move and they could go forward in this league.
Bo, great job, man. We appreciate you jumping on with this great info. And the offseason is just starting. Mike and I were talking about the Denver parade and, how much fun those guys are having. But for everybody else, it's all about how do we get better. Bo Estes, NBA TV, NBA.com. Thanks so much, man.
Really appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Cool. All right, guys. Coming up, Falcon Report. You'll hear from what some guys are saying at mandatory minicamp up at Flowery Branch. Also, we will get into our Braves because they start a 4-game series with the Rockies. But, Mike, what do we have coming up in Guy Talk?
Well, I got to hand it to John Fricky. He just tweeted out, hey, look, the guy who does all the TV commercials. He actually plays golf, too. unbelievable leaderboard today at the U.S. Open out in L.A. We'll get that to you. And a new trend for the summer, Carl, naked bikinis.
What?
Next.
for fun. It's time for Guy Talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy! Tomorrow, join the party, pal. We're going to be at Twin Peaks in Buckhead. Hot, beautiful women want to meet you.
Yes, they do.
And serve you beer. Ice cold, hey man, ale, great food, a lot of fun. So come on down and join the party right there on Piedmont in Buckhead. We'll be watching the U.S. Open and good times. And by the way, Carl and I, we both had a chance, both at, I think you a few times in Texas and here and me at the other station, to interview Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, he's an Oklahoma State guy. Yeah. So Big 12, watching him play in the Big 12, Mike. But when he became a pro, everybody thought Ricky was the next big thing.
Correct.
He was going to be the next big thing. He's had issues in these majors, and it's just never clicked the way we thought. Right. He is a very cool personality, Mike, charismatic. That's why he's on all these commercials. But at the end of the day, Ricky just hasn't won the majors like we thought he would.
Yeah, Ricky Fowler, by the way, he is 34. And to Carl's point, just like when Adam Scott came out, or Camille Villegas, or Sergio Garcia, and Rory McIlroy. Now, Rory, of course, won a ton and then stopped winning majors, but these were the new generation of golfers that were going to win. And Sergio's a bit older, but Ricky was a guy that was going to win multiple majors. Well, he shot an 8 under today, and he has absolutely been on fire at the LA Country Club at the U.S. Open. As Carl and I have been telling you all week, it is a real torture chamber for almost everybody else, except for him and Xander Schauffele. Schauffele's had a couple of second place at the Masters, and the British a third at the U.S. And Ricky Fowler, as you guys might remember, 2014 was the year he was the bridesmaid. He had second place, Carl, at the U.S. Open and the PGA, and third at the British. And his biggest win, for those who don't know, was probably the Players back in 2015. Yeah. That's considered the 5th major.
Right.
So needless to say, I like Ricky. Never had a problem with the guy. He's always been a fun guy to talk to. But a lot of players on tour resent the fact that he soaks up a lot of the endorsement money and he doesn't produce the winnings. He's 45th in the world right now. So it'll be a nice chance for Ricky to shut up the critics and maybe get that first major win, albeit 10 years later than we expected.
Yeah. I mean, he's great friends with pretty much, all the top guys on tour. They all support him.
Spieth, Thomas, all those dudes love him.
They all have great things to say about him. But it's about performing, man, when it matters most. And he has an opportunity. This is a hard course.
Right.
The weather's going to be great the next 3 days. But now, Mike, he set himself up to just go play, and you don't have to take risk on a very difficult course that a lot of guys who are going to be, 3-4 strokes out, they're going to have to take some risk. And you can really get yourself in trouble. I watched a little bit this morning, and I was just shocked. Mike had talked all week about how the distance on these some of these holes, and you're watching the par threes, and they're barely getting on because nobody wants to take the risk of being either short or long because the rough is so ridiculous.
So another story today, this is from upstate New York, Antonio Brown making some headlines. He's part owner, I guess, of this Albany Arena League football team.
Okay.
And apparently, I didn't know this, the regular Arena Football League is going to come back in 2024.
I didn't know that
and
either.
Apparently they're putting some things together. And, well, here's Antonio Brown talking about how his team is doing and where they may be going.
Don't let the minutia of people distract us. This is the last year in the NAL. Next year, we're going to the AFL. A lot of owners around here got this type of money to even be in this league, so let's get that clear. A lot of naysayers around here. I've been seeing a lot of players chip-chat about me. You think I care what the NAL players say about me? I'm giving these guys jobs. I'm giving people careers. I'm giving people the opportunity to live out their dreams.
Well, not anymore, because the NAL announced that the Empire has been kicked out of the league, Carl, because they've got financial obligation issues they're not meeting.
Wait a minute. You're telling me Antonio Brown has been kicked out of a league?
That's a Big 10-4. It happened shortly after he made those comments, shirtless, by the way, at the arena up in
the only
Albany.
way he does it.
The only way. He's been kicked out after exhausting all avenues. The NAL Board of Owners have decided unanimously, at one dissension, to terminate the membership agreement of the Albany Empire. The league said in a lengthy statement, decision was reached after an emergency conference call. Says we got to apparently get them out there. They haven't paid the bills. This is from Fox Business News.
Wait a minute. You mean Antonio Brown hasn't paid on time?
Shocking.
Yeah. I mean,
yes.
This is
from artisans who worked at his house to moving companies. Yes, he has a problem with actually paying for services rendered.
I love how he talks all this stuff about, I'm giving guys jobs out here. People talking bad about, and you didn't even pay the bill to get into the league.
Yeah, apparently there's some issues there with their finances. So Sorry about that.
Who's his accountant?
Well, it's not Deloitte and Touche. Maybe it's Deloitte and Douche.
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way, apparently they're going to be kaput. And good luck, though, making that transition to the new Arena Football League in 2024. Antonio, we're all pulling for you. Hey, here's a story I think we can all sink our teeth into, Carl. Summertime. Bikini time.
Yes, it is.
You were just out on the beach.
I was.
Down in Mexico. Did you see any women wearing sheer bikinis?
Explain.
Hot girl summer just got steamier, the New York Post writes. Apparently, a naked dressing trend is really taking hold this summer on the beaches around America. For Gen Z and younger, girls' night out, it means free the nipple. You've seen a lot of outfits where women want to sort of show the stuff and various degrees of nakedness.
Yeah.
Well, now apparently it's sheer bikinis.
See-through.
See-through bikinis, yes. Somewhere you've got just a little bit of fabric to cover the stuff that kids shouldn't be seeing on the beach.
Wow. I did not see that, but I will tell you.
Completely sheer, where you can see right through them once they get wet.
Yeah, wow.
In the pool.
Or in the ocean.
Beach.
Yeah. I didn't see that. I did see there was some nudity. Not that I asked for it, but you have a lot of Europeans who vacation in Mexico.
Correctamundo.
And because of that, there are a lot of nude beaches in Europe. And they come and they go, well, this is what we do where we vacation, so we're going to do it here. So you saw a little bit of that in Mexico. Well, I saw a lot of it. But the point is, that's not uncommon. This sheer thing, I didn't see that, though.
Well, you'll see a lot more of it. The Kardashians kind of started this trend. There's some photos in the New York Post article.
So basically, just let your stuff out.
Yeah, so basically, you're not leaving anything to be imagined, if that's...
Do you like that, by the way?
I like to have a little bit of mystery, but I will say this, and you just mentioned topless beaches in Mexico. South Beach has been that for years when I lived there, but we were in Ibiza in 2019, last vacation. We took a big one before COVID, and so we're having brunch at this beautiful little spot on the beach, and it's perfect, man, and they're bringing out the sangria, and there's beautiful young women topless everywhere.
Yeah.
And Becky's like, really? Really?
That's what they do.
Of course, I'm staring. Is that what you want? Are you going to be like the 21-year-old with the perfect... No, God, no, negative, no. She did get the revenge, though, to that steakhouse in Madrid with the dude who looked, like Fabrizio making the steaks.
Yeah. I remember the first time we went to see a nude beach because I didn't believe it, and the guy was like, it's on the other side of the island, and we were like, yeah, right, and we got over there, and there was a sign that literally said, nude beach. And I was like, there's nobody nude over here. And I walked off and got in, went to the gate and whatever. And they were just out there. And I was like, oh, okay, hi. And it felt weird because everybody's nude and you're not. Right? And nobody, by the way, body type, they don't care.
No.
All right? If you're thinking these are all 10s, that's not the case. There are fat guys who are nude, and women, it didn't matter. But that's what they do. So it's what it is. But my point, Mike, is I'm with you. I need a little mystery.
Right.
And I don't want to, don't put it all out there for me.
You know who gets a lot of credit for this movement, by the way?
Who?
John Fricke?
Well, back in 1947 when he was storming Normandy. Janelle Monáe.
Really?
The singer and actress. Yeah.
From the A.
She has her pleasure tour going on right now.
Yes,
and let's just say in the video, this was inspired by this movement.
Jonelle's unbelievable.
I didn't want to put the link up there because, the nudity and stuff, and somebody will complain. But you go to New York Post, just Google nude bikini, and you'll find it. And for you degenerates out there.
And there's plenty of you.
we got to hit the music, man. We got to roll. We was in Greece. It was EOS. It was 96. Tony the Mailman and I, Carl, we met a couple of chicks. And the Russian girl, Petra. I take you to Super Paradise Beach. Oh, okay. Turn the corner, come around the cove. Same thing. Volleyball. Naked volleyball.
Everybody's
naked.
naked.
But the thing is, it was all people you'd want to see naked. I got to be honest. In my experience, to Carl's point, whenever subsequently I've been on beaches where there's nudity, it's not the nudity you really want to see.
No, that's the problem.
Right.
Hey, man, we got more to get to, including our Falcon report. What did Arthur Smith have to say today? Mandatory practice minicamp going on. We'll hear from Calais Campbell and more from Drake London as well. We'll get you caught up on the latest. And we got to talk some Braves, man. Good win last night. They take the doubleheader. Grant McCauley's going to stop by in the 5 o'clock hour as well. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What? It is time for
the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. If you're new to the show, our beer is called Hey Man. We invite you to go get some. Check it out. You can get it at your local package stores. Total Wine carries it, all Publix in the state of Georgia. Just ask for it if yours doesn't have it. And, of course, there are two versions. The original OG, the Blonde Ale, 5% alcohol, by the way, and the Watermelon Lime. Guys, it's summertime, Mike. Great time to go get some Hey Man Ale.
Yeah, so make it happen. And, again, make sure you're taking those photos of you, whether you're grilling, and it'd be really perfect if you're grilling, and you got the Hey Man Ale, Watermelon Lime, too.
All right, guys. Thursday, June 15th is Customer Appreciation Day. We are celebrating our loyal fans with an epic deal on our famous wings. And, of course, I'm talking about Twin Peaks. Just buy 6 and get 6 more free. Mike and I will be out there tomorrow at the Buckhead.
Yeah.
Valid in-store on bone-in naked-style wings with the purchase of a Peaks Signature 22-ounce draft, soda, or tea. Ask your Twin Peaks girl how to score yours, and make sure you ask about that. We've got a lot more to get to. Grant McCauley's going to join us here in about 35 minutes. We're going to talk about the Braves. They won the second game of the doubleheader. There's a little strife last night in game 1 because Iglesias came in. He struggled, had 3 consecutive base hits. He's able to get out of it. The bullpen was great in the second game, and so the Braves were able to go up to Detroit and handle business. Now they come home, Truist Park, 4 games against the Rockies, Mike. This is not, again, a great Rockies team. This is another team that we are better than, and we should win this series.
Yes, we said that about the A's. We said that about at least game 1 about the Tigers, but I think it's a good spot for A.J. Smith-Shawver to get a second start in the bigs, and hopefully they will smoke the Rockies. I mean, the one dude you might recognize, the one who looks like a meth dealer, hillbilly, what's that guy, Charlie Blackmon?
Yeah.
He's banged up, so he's not playing, and Chris Bryant is still on the team, but not really doing well, so they're not exactly loaded. They're in last place in the NL West, but 11 games under 500, so let's hope the Braves tee off on those dudes.
All right, guys, and they're coming in off of a 6-3 loss in Boston that snapped their 3-game win streak. We'll talk with Grant coming up. Let's talk some Falcons because mandatory minicamp is going on as we speak. And guys, when they finish up, today, pretty much everybody's going to go their separate ways. It's been the last 3 days up there at Flowery Branch, and I want you to hear a couple of things that have gone on. Arthur Smith, Mike, talking about the chemistry of Onyemata and Grady Jarrett along that D-line. We keep talking about the O-line. I think the real improvement is going to be on the D-line. Guys, we were the 3rd best rushing team in the league last year.
Yep.
There needs to be improvement passing the football, but defensively we've got to be better. And Arthur Smith was talking about the chemistry along the D-line.
Well, I mean, I give a guy like David Mata. David's a guy that really feel the connection him and Grady are making. There's so much that goes on. There's so much pre-snap stuff. So even if you had a guy that was a traditional 3 or traditional nose, depending on what you want to do in the front, people move the tight end so much to try to change the strengths on you. So you really got to be able to be inside from tackle to tackle to play. So there's a lot of communication that goes on. So you feel that chemistry.
And having an experienced guy, too, Mike, that's the other thing. Grady's not teaching David Onyemata how to play.
No, Onyemata plugs right in. He's probably the best player that Grady's had since you could argue Babineau or one of those dudes might have been next to him. But Grady's got a guy now, and you got Calais Campbell. We've already talked about. Number 1, he looks like, 2 dishwasher boxes on top of each other with legs. He's a mountain of a dude. He's taken on the responsibility of working with the younger guys. Everybody's singing his praises. Bud Dupree, another guy. Everyone's saying that he's hit the ground running, and for whatever reason, I know some guys are, whatever. These guys are buying in. They like to actually be here in Atlanta. And all those guys I just mentioned are hopefully going to take us from being next to dead last in the sack department. Only the Bears were more feeble. They had 20, we had 21. We talked about adding like guys Onyemata, Caden Ellis. We've added about 30 sacks just off what guys did last year. So hopefully, Carl, we're going to be in the pass rush business for the first time since maybe 17.
What about the other side of the football and Desmond Ridder? How impressed has he been with Bijan Robinson? Here's what he said.
Yeah, obviously just his size, just what he's able to do with the ball and what he's able to do without the ball. Just seeing his pure athleticism going out there and being able to make plays. Like we said earlier, we haven't, gone 11 on 11, 100% full speed with pads. So, everyone, changed a little bit once those pads come on. So it'll be interesting to see, what happens once we get into camp preseason, how it goes.
I'll tell you how it's going to go, Des. He's going to break tackles. He's going to run through people. He's going to run past people. I think, the physicality of Bijan is probably the most underrated part, Mike. We know he can get open. We know he can do all these other things. I think he's a physical running back as well. Now, is he as physical as Tyler Algier? That's what we fell in love with Algier.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a ferocity, though. If you watch the Texas stuff and you saw his time down there, he can do both. He can run between the tackles, he can make guys miss, and he can run away from the defense. That's the only difference between Algier and him. He's got that see ya kind of speed. But I just wonder how we're going to manage it, because the idea of what running backs are and their value came up again today. Jonathan Taylor made some comments about not really happy where the running back market is going when you consider that it's a position that's super important for your team, yet it's become devalued over the last 5 or 6 NFL seasons.
What is Grady talking about? Everybody says that, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people are thinking that the Falcons are going to take the next step. And you're getting a lot of these preseason prognosticators who are on board. And right, I'm fine with that. I said it. I'd rather go under the radar. But Grady was asked about the whole, prediction thing, and here's what he said about it.
Anybody can be preseason all-stars, preseason whatever it may be. And with us being who we are, nobody going to crown us anything. So we got to go put the work in and day out, take it day by day. But I'm confident in the work that we're putting in that's going to put out a good product.
And I'm with him on that. I mean, the work is the work. We have more studs, more players that I think is a big part of the turnaround of this team. We said this the last couple of years, a lot of one-year guys, a lot of guys that were playing for jobs, maybe here or elsewhere. I think you have a little bit more stability, but more importantly, Mike, the talent has just been upgraded. The talent is just better. And so if you're putting in the work, hopefully that's going to pay off. But, Grady's right. Everybody can be on board and hey, they're going to take the next step. Because when you win 7 games with a limited roster, the expectation this year is a lot more. And if listen, when we say this team should win at least 3 more games, that's 10 wins. That's a lot. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I know that some guys, and they still shake their heads and go, yeah, whatever, 7-10, 7-10. I'm not going to hit you over the head with this. It is what it is. We just didn't have the personnel. And some of these guys, I know because they're on 1-year deals, you feel whatever, they're washed up. Well, whatever we're going to get out of these guys, it's still going to be better than what we got out of the dudes that were a bunch of nobodies that were playing on 1-year deals the last few seasons. We finally got the money to spend. I mean, Jesse Bates, you wouldn't got the best safety out there. We got guys that are studs right now. Caden Nelson. I mean, I think most Falcon fans like me would go, that dude had 7 sacks, and you're bringing his defensive coordinator along. So that's where it's all about. To mind Miami with what Tua is dealing with and that kind of behind the scenes down there, plus that coach, brah. And then there's, you mentioned, Jets with all the things and the expectations with Aaron Rodgers. I just want to see, you would think at some point, we talked about how the NFL is just printing money. You would offer like a streaming type service and every team would do this kind of access. Because now you have the Hard Knocks and you have the Hard Knocks in season.
You do.
And it was the Cardinals. And unfortunately, because it was a slow motion train wreck, you got to see all of the crazy stuff that was happening in Arizona. But I just love it for the access for the fans, just to see what's going down. We're lucky enough to be up there and get a little bit behind the scenes at Flowery Branch, but I get it. You just touched on it. Teams don't want that smoke. They don't want that distraction, even though you do get to have the final say in the edit.
Yeah, and we talked about the rules to this because they're actual rules that teams can turn down HBO Hard Knocks, and you have to have not been on it within the last 10 years and a certain amount of games that you could have won. If you got a new coach, there's ways that you can get out of saying, hey, we don't want to be on it. Let's hear Drake London, Mike, as we talk about our Falcons, guys. Coming up, we're going to let you hear what Seth Emerson had to say about the Dog schedule because it was released last night, 2024. We now know what that looks like, and a lot of people are like, whoa. Wait until you hear what Seth Emerson from The Athletic had to say about it. That's coming up. But let's hear Drake London talk about leadership and his role as a wide receiver and in that room as a leader.
A little bit, yeah. I feel like it's part of my role being one of the guys, the returning guys, to take that leadership role and lead by example in ways that I can. I think it's just taking its natural flow, you know. I think just how it went, the moves that we made off season and guys that we brought in, I feel like all of us are kind of taking that role and just to uplift that group and keep it going.
I think there's 2 things there, Mike. One, you got to make plays, which he has, and he's going to continue to, which makes you into this natural leader. You have to be somebody that's doing something on the squad. You can't be a guy that's not making plays or a silent, participant. So Drake is a guy that I expect to hear a lot more from as we move forward. Plus, he was a top 10 pick. So, you're producing, you're a top 10 guy, and you are part of this core nucleus that we've built and we're continuing to build here with Pitts, yourself, now Bijan Robinson, Desmond Ridder. He is one of these guys that as we move forward and we get really good, I expect to hear a lot more from him.
And, some guys hit us up the other day and said, look, we got, don't we have like more than $10 million laying around? Would we go get another receiver? I don't know if somebody gets cut. There's always, like this, Carl, there's always a surprise cut in the preseason.
Yep.
Sometimes it still comes in the post-June 1st designation. I know that we talked about DeAndre Hopkins. I know I heard Chuckery at night. To me, that's more of a luxury item. I'd be more interested in making a trade for Danielle Hunter and getting him down here from Minnesota on the defense. Then you really be getting after it. But I just wonder if there's maybe somebody else will grab, or maybe there's somebody in here, undrafted free agent, somebody who's going to pop, that's going to help Scotty Miller and Mac Hollins as being this other dude's not named Kyle Pitts and Drake London.
Do you not feel comfortable with what you have right now?
I mean, Mac Hollins is a nice piece, and we saw his athleticism just in a small sample size. He just looks bigger and athletic, and we'll see. But I just wonder. It's one area where I could say, do you need it? Because if you're going to play wide receiver, you got to block. If you can't block, you're not going to play on this team.
No.
There's a certain type of guy they're looking for.
Here's the other thing that I think about. Like, if you ask me, who do I want a majority of these balls going to? Like, if I asked you, how many balls is Kyle Pitts going to get? Targets we're talking about, okay? How many times you throwing to him? How many times we throwing to Drake? The third guy, and if it's Mac Hollins, all you're looking for, Mike, is 500, 600, 700 yards.
And that's what he did with the Raiders, behind Devontae Adams.
He's not – the third guy is not going to be a 1,500-yard guy. So I just want a guy that's comparable, capable, that can do that. I need most of my targets going to these guys that I've invested high draft picks in Pitts and London. That's where my targets need to go. Mac Hollins is going to get his. But even if that was another guy that you went out and got, I guarantee you guys he's not getting more than 700 yards this season.
Again, especially when you got a game manager throwing the football.
Well, don't do that. Don't you dare go there. Don't start today.
Look, man, I'm a Ritter fan too. On the fence, you know me, I got a long bad history of buying jerseys and not good things happening, so I'm going to hold up on the new number 9.
Don't do it.
But we're all pulling for the dude, but we're going to be a run-first football team.
No, we're not. He's going to throw it around the yard.
55% of the time, we're going to be running the football.
PFF 5,200 this year, Mike. All right, coming up.
I like to do it. If he throws for 5,200, we're going to the freaking Super Bowl.
No, I agree with that. I do agree. Seth Emerson had a lot to say about the Dogs' schedule. You'll hear it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Look, I think it's going to be more difficult, the path to a national championship, with the way things are going to be in 2024. Now, for many of you, you're like, oh, it's a long ways away. It's next year. We are going to get through this easy schedule the Dogs have, this cakewalk of a schedule.
Again, the SEC said you can't play Oklahoma this year. You're getting Texas next year.
This cakewalk of a schedule they have in 2023, which is why I think they have a real shot to three-peat, guys. But, Mike, in 2024, it's a whole new world.
It's a murderer's row. Yeah, man, it's a whole different ballgame. It's going to be so intense. I was reading just a piece in Saturday Down South during the commercial break. You realize that, like, in addition to coming into the SEC, Oklahoma is going to, obviously have to recruit better players and, do even better than they've had. Their own university president said they've got to improve their tailgate experience.
Really?
And that fun of all the things, they said that the game day experience has to be bigger and better now that we're in the SEC.
Well, listen, it just means more in the SEC. And I don't know how soon or if they will win an SEC championship. Texas A&M has been in this thing since 2011. They had Johnny Manziel, a Heisman Trophy winner. They didn't win the SEC. So I don't know how soon that happens, Mike, but I do know going on the road to these two environments is difficult. And I'm talking about playing in Norman, and I'm talking about playing in Austin. And that is now what you've added to the mix of already having to go to LSU or go to Athens or go to Auburn. So the path is going to be more difficult. And if they add a ninth game, Mike, that's another whole animal.
Now, again, if LSU continues their uptick, and we already talked about Alabama, they're not going anywhere. It will be interesting, though, to see with the turnover at the assistant coach position and offensive defensive coordinator, how Saban, handles it this year. Saban not his first rodeo. I don't have to tell you guys that. Still recruiting at an unbelievable level, but there'll be some interest there. Georgia has got everything you need. Just going to see how this Carson Beck does. But moving forward, how quickly is Hugh Freeze going to get Auburn? Now, see, that's the thing. Auburn right now is down here.
You're right.
When does Auburn get back to where Auburn fans think where they should be, which is right up there on an even keel with Alabama?
So each of the new schools basically got marquee games. Texas hosting Georgia, right? Oklahoma hosting Alabama. That was part of the makeup of this schedule for 2024. Oklahoma is also going to host Tennessee. And we think Tennessee, guys, we've been saying this, they're coming. Right. I don't think last year was a fluke. Some people are saying the quarterback situation may even be better than it was last year with Hendon Hooker.
Well, Coach Venables and his defense, how did they handle that? And by the way, with Texas, and I know this is a sore subject because you went to UT, with these guys coming to the SEC, are they going to play better defense?
Well, I think they have to. Listen.
That's why when you say you're going to Austin, I get it, but let's be honest, Texas is knocking on that door, but they haven't been there since Vince Young.
Well, listen, if it wasn't for the referees, they beat Alabama last year. Okay, let's be honest.
They did run out of steam in that game.
Okay, let's be honest. A weak sauce safety call that should have been, but don't get me started. Here's the deal, though, Mike.
That sounds personal, Carl.
It does. It is. Here's the problem. Everybody's scoring more points, guys. Everybody.
Right.
What the Dogs are doing is unique. And probably when you start saying top-tier defenses in the SEC, everybody's not playing on the level of what Georgia has done because they haven't had the talent that Georgia's had. Georgia, the last 3 years, guys, go look. You see all these guys in the NFL. There's a translation from recruiting, Mike, to what they do defensively. So all I'm saying is I'm not surprised. Did you guys watch the Alabama-Tennessee game? Scoring all over the field. Where was the defense in that game? Where's this juggernaut of an Alabama defense that we've talked about for over a decade?
But
everybody's scoring more. So, Mike, for me, to answer your question, it is more about getting stops when you need to because I don't think you're going to slow down these offenses in the SEC.
But on average, you take the entire season, Georgia was number 2 behind only Illinois, with all due respect to Illinois.
And that's the thing. You don't respect Illinois' defense.
But 13 points. Georgia gave up just 12.8 points a game. Alabama gave up 18 points a game. Georgia's defense is better than Alabama's defense by nearly a touchdown.
And that's why they won the national championship, Mike. They shut TCU down. They couldn't do anything.
And the Buckeyes, by the way, they're averaging just less than 20 points a game, 19. But the elite teams all play defense.
They play better defense.
But you're right.
Nobody.
No. I get your point. Everybody's scoring 5 touchdowns a game, but these guys are still playing better defense than the rest of the country.
So with that said, because you could ask the same thing about USC. Everybody's talking about USC this year, right? They probably are going to have the number 1 quarterback in the draft. Their defense, they went out and Lincoln Riley got all these guys in the portal.
But Lincoln Riley's never had a great defense.
Okay.
An elite defense.
So there you go. That's my point. Like, you can talk about that, but when you play those guys, are they going to put up 35, 42 points? Probably. But are they going to be able to get the stops necessary? Did we watch the Ohio State-Georgia game? points all over the field. Right. It's just where college football is, and I don't necessarily think that you have to have a number one defense to win or get into a national championship game. And TCU is an example of that. Now, they got drubbed, but that's what I would say about these teams coming in to the SEC.
Clemson, by the way, is on Georgia's schedule, as we said earlier. You guys know that. That's the Chick-fil-A Kickoff Classic in Mercedes-Benz. They're a team which I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Dabo, we just talked about losing assistant coaches, how Dabo is going to try to get them back on top. Florida State feels like they're on the up and come in the ACC, but they got to prove that one. They got to play. They got LSU this year. They got to beat Clemson. They haven't done that in 7 years. Ohio State, by all measures, Ohio State's going to be back. Penn State's got a great team. Michigan's got a great defense. Now, again, I get it. Defense is relative because everybody's scoring at an unbelievable clip. Everything in the rules and the pros and the college game is for about the offense. But Michigan, Ohio State, all the elite teams that have been in this Final Four all play better defense.
I guess. What was the score of the Georgia-Ohio State game?
It was, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. But they got there. They got there by playing defense. Ohio State is still one of the best defensive teams that gave up less than 3 scores a game.
But when you got two of the best defenses in the country going up against each other, and the offenses are dominating the game, what do you say about that?
Yeah, but the style of play now, you got two. Look, Georgia. Let's be honest. That was an unbelievable game. It was a tale of two halves or a couple of quarters. But still, to get to the Final Four, you've got to be one of the best defensive teams.
42-41 was the final score. That's a lot of points. And I just think if you tell me these are two of the best defenses, my thought is the game's going to be 21-17, right? That's the kind of game in my head that I'm thinking I'm going to get. We didn't get that because these offenses are so dynamic. The players are so good now. And I think that's what's even college football out. It used to be, Mike, these big programs would crush the smaller programs just because they recruited better, but you couldn't do anything against their defenses. Now, with these offensive sets and the way guys are playing, it's equaled the playing field. Coastal Carolina, for whatever it's worth, they're winning 10 games a year, and they're scoring a lot of points.
But, 2 years ago when Georgia beats Alabama in the rematch, Georgia is held to 24 points by Alabama. Alabama holds Cincinnati to 6, and then Georgia scores 33 in the rematch in Indianapolis. And as we know, Alabama fans will still make the excuse that they lost their best wide receivers.
Of course.
But they're playing. My point is, yes, football has changed across the board, but the teams that are playing better defense are getting the better chance of making that Final Four.
When you say that, though, when talking about teams coming to the league, like you asked the question about Texas and Oklahoma, I just want to make it out to understand where the game is. This is not 2009 where the game is 9-6. This is not LSU and Alabama in a rematch. Those days are gone. And that's where you say, okay, do we have the offensive weapons to do it? That's why Georgia, the whole thing with Stetson Bennett the last 2 years, right? Well, not necessarily last year, but the first year was, are they going to be able to score 40 points? I screamed that all summer before the season started. If they're not scoring 40, they're not going to be in the national championship game. They scored a lot of points to get to the national championship game.
But my question to you is, Oklahoma, by the way, last year, again, they brought in Coach Venables.
Oh, they were terrible early.
They gave up 29.6 points per game.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to get your ass kicked in the SEC if you're playing that kind of defense.
Yeah, but Oklahoma's goal was to score 49.
Yeah.
49 points on the other side.
But they had a 500 season because their defense wasn't any good.
We'll see. That's all I'm saying. We're going to see. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you have to have Georgia's defense to be successful in the SEC. Ole Miss doesn't have that. They're winning 10, 11 games a year. So
But I mean, for instance, Michigan 2 years ago when they went, obviously they got beat by Georgia, but part of the reason Michigan got there is they stymied Ohio State with defense.
No, they did. In that particular game, they sure did. I don't think Ohio State was ready last year when Michigan drubbed them. 404-726-0929. Let's hear from Seth Emerson about the schedule, because that's what this is about, guys. It is going to be more difficult to get there. And we're talking about a national championship. Remember, with the expanded playoff in 24, Mike said it. You could be on the road for the first game, right, which would be a home game potentially. If, let's say, Georgia had 2 losses, and I don't know, they could be undefeated. But then you have that game you've got to go win, and now you've got 2 more before you even get to the national championship game.
Right.
The path is certainly more difficult. Here's Seth Emerson.
One of my takeaways, and I'm someone who's written that they probably should go to a 9-game schedule because of a number of reasons, and one of them being keeping rivalries, but also just it's a big conference now, and 8 games seems too little per season. But to see the schedule without divisions the way we did last night, to finally see it, I kept telling people this is coming. Georgia's schedule is going to look different when you don't have Vanderbilt and Missouri and South Carolina on it every year, and you don't have that in 2024. None of those 3 are on there that have been on there every year since 2012. And look how much harder it looks. And Alabama's in that position too, because they're sent off to Oklahoma, because the SEC wanted Texas and Oklahoma to have a marquee home game each. And so they gave them the last two national champions out of the SEC. But who in the SEC last night did you hear? What fan base did you hear saying, "Oh, this is an easy schedule. This is going to be great"? I mean, if they don't have a big fan base, but maybe Vanderbilt was saying that. Maybe Missouri was saying that. Arkansas, I think, actually was one of those that skated a little bit. But otherwise, most teams are looking at it and going, "Ooh, this is ooh."
Yeah.
And part of that's the format changing, and part of it's just Texas and Oklahoma being in the league.
And Seth's right. Some of the middle tier guys, you could argue the SEC did them a favor for the first year of the expanded conference play.
Absolutely, they did. I mean, it looking back now, it looks like, wow, this was a lot easier to maneuver than what it is going to be going forward. But even LSU, we're talking about Georgia and Alabama because they're the cream of the crop. But Mike thinks LSU's going on the come with Brian Kelly. They're going to be better this year. They at home, they got to play Alabama. They get Ole Miss, Oklahoma at home. And then they got to go on the road and play Florida and A&M. I mean, it's tough for everybody.
Tough spots. So, again, guys, in 2024, Georgia could go into Tuscaloosa, win or lose against Bama, play them in the SEC championship game, and then potentially rematch with them in the college football expanded playoff.
If they both got there.
Right.
Which is great. So you could play them 3 times.
Correct.
If it all played out that way. All right, guys, we got more to get to, including the Braves. The latest on Max Fried and Kyle Wright. You'll hear it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Grant McCauley joins us on the waitfor.com hotline, our Braves insider, MLB. He covers the league for us. And, Grant, I want to start with updates on Kyle Wright and Max Fried. What are you hearing? Because it seems like, we may get these guys back maybe sooner than later. What's the word? What's the latest?
Well, I mean, the word is positive in that both of them are making some progress. Max Fried had begun throwing back in late May, so it's been about 2 to 3 weeks for him, mostly long toss, though he has started to move in and do a little bit of mound work, just kind of throwing off the mound to the catcher in front of home plate. So that may not sound like a lot, but it is a big step towards getting to throw side sessions, bullpen sessions, and, of course, face some hitters and some live BPs. He continues to ramp himself up. Max Fried is well ahead of Kyle Wright, though, but Wright got some good news because he is cleared to begin his throwing program. He had his shoulder out again, got all clear. I talked to Kyle about a week or so ago. He said he was feeling very good every day, had kind of been a process of just kind of waiting and giving it the literal time that it needs. But he said he felt like everything was going to clear up on its own. So hopefully, as he begins to throw and test it out, that continues to be true. And then he'll begin the process of building up the same way that Max Fried is. So if I were to ballpark timelines right now, which the Braves are certainly not in the business of putting one of those out for either one of them because you have to test it out and see. But I would think that you could see Max Fried sometime in July, maybe after the All-Star break, and maybe we're looking at August for Kyle Wright to join him and hopefully rejoin the Braves rotation and give them, 6, 7, maybe 8 weeks of having those two back in the pennant run up to October.
Regardless of those timelines, Grant, do you still think that we're looking for a major frontline starter, along the lines of like a Dallas Keuchel we did a couple of years ago, or try to do it on the cheap like Odorizzi last year?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I think it's going to depend a lot on what the trade deadline offers because as we saw a year ago, there just weren't that many of those big style of deals or those big type of pitchers that were changing hands. But if you are looking for somewhere, I think that could, yield you one of those type of pitchers, the National League Central could be very intriguing. And the Milwaukee Brewers are one of those teams that if they, languish and just kind of, stay around 500 and can't make up ground on a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates for the Central Crown, maybe they would be pushed into unloading a couple of pieces. That's just off the top of my head. I mean, the Pirates are a club that has a couple of interesting starters. They got a veteran like Rich Hill. They've also got a young pitcher like Mitch Keller, but Keller's been putting it together, and the Pirates are in first place in the Central. So it's a very weird year. I don't know that the Cardinals would be altogether that interested in unloading everybody, and they really don't have that much pitching to begin with. So I can't really identify a lot of teams that I could say are definite sellers that have the kind of frontline starters that a lot of clubs will be looking for. But occasionally you do see some of these deals happen. I mean, the Mariners picked up Luis Castillo last year from the Cincinnati Reds, and now the Reds look like a team that could be an intriguing one, at least in that Central race. So there's a lot of baseball between now and the deadline, but as we've seen with the expanded playoffs, to make a long story as short as I can, we just don't know who is going to be in the position to do the buying and the selling just yet.
What's going on with Spencer Strider? We played a soundbite from yesterday. He was like, look, I wasn't good. And that was it. Like, he didn't want to talk about it. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk too much about the last couple of starts because they've been very un-Spencer Strider-like. But I think like any pitcher and really any player, and you keep in mind that Spencer's just crossed, 30 career starts as of, 2-3 weeks ago. This is somebody that's going to have to make adjustments just like everybody else. The thing to me, and I think it's pretty obvious to people watching him pitch, is you still see those 96, 97, some 98s, but you're not seeing that 98 and 99 all the time, especially even early in games. You're not seeing the scoreboard lighting up that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and there is a big difference in a 5 and a 6-mile-an-hour differential between that fastball at 95 belt high, which we saw a couple of 95, 96s. The Tigers put some good swings on in yesterday's game one, and having that up, around the shoulders rising fastball that he has that is so good when paired with that slider. I think some command and some execution of pitches hasn't been what he wants it to be. I'm sure he'll be working to clean that up between starts. But finding a little bit more zip on that fastball would be something that would definitely benefit him and get him back to looking like the guy that you expect to see. Maybe mixing in a few more changeups would also just give the hitters something else to think about as well, because that has been an effective pitch for him the handful of times he does throw it, but maybe it's up in the usage there would be helpful.
Yeah, Grant, I was just going to ask you, I think the number was just 6 changeups last outing. So that's, I know that we always quote John Smoltz, say, no, he's good enough with 2 pitches, but you just touched it. I think he's got to have 3 just for his longevity anyway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys I've talked about, whether it's pitching analysts, whether it's other pitchers, whether it's kind of hearing Spencer Strider talk about his style of pitching, or just people in and around the Braves organization that obviously see what we all saw. When he's on and it's dominant, 2 pitches is enough. But on those days where maybe you're having to grind a little bit and fight a little bit to kind of, establish yourself in the strike zone, to just, compete in a way that can give your club the best chance to win and maybe get you out of a long inning, maybe end a long at bat by throwing somebody something they're not looking for. I think that's where the changeup could come in handy. And that doesn't mean he needs to throw 25 or 30 of them per game, but it's usually that 4, 5, 6 that he throws. Maybe that turns into 10 to 12 to 14 of those. And I've never stepped on a major league mound, but every once in a while, that little added wrinkle of giving that hitter something else to think about, even when you have 2 dominant pitches, which his fastball and slider most certainly are, could just help him to navigate right now while he just tries to maybe find that stuff and that location and that execution that seems to just at least be a little bit off the past few weeks.
Grant McCauley, our guest, guys, talking all things Braves and MLB. Braves start a 4-game series with the Rockies tonight. Let's talk about Sharver, the expectations there. He's been pretty good. I like what I've seen, Grant.
Yeah, there's a lot to like, I think, about this kid, and it was, just his first major league start last time he was on the mound here at Truist Park on the recent homestand, and I thought he looked in control. Just, a couple of hits, a couple of walks, a couple of unearned runs for him. Not a lot of strikeouts, which I think could change. But I really liked what I saw about the way that he attacked both in Arizona and his relief outing, and then what he did in his first big league start, because he just kind of followed along in the plan of Sean Murphy behind the plate, and I think that could be a blueprint for success. I asked Brian Snitker before the game, because a lot of conversation is about, A.J. Smith-Shawver himself and, what do you expect to see out of him. But I asked him, how much value is there with a Sean Murphy and a Travis d'Arnaud working with a young pitcher, whether it's Smith-Shawver or Jared Schuster or Spencer Strider a year ago? And he said, you cannot overstate how important that is to the success of the pitching staff, is just how in tune these catchers are in their game planning, in what they're talking about for adjustments in game. You're not going to be able to solve the riddle every time and stop somebody from giving up a big inning, but it does go a long way towards helping young pitchers establish themselves when they've got such confidence that the catchers behind the plate are doing so much work to help bring that into the game, so that strategy, that component is in place, and they can just go out there and try to execute.
It is our man Grant McCauley, guys, as Rockies in town for a Strangers. Quick hit up the Motown and back for the Bravos. So I was freaking out over Raisel Iglesias. Simply just a blip in the road. I know Carl and I debated very often Will Smith 2 years ago. Last year we talked about Kenley Jansen. So is this just a bump in the road, or does he need to fix something? What's going on here?
I don't know that there's a big adjustment for him to make, and because each one of the kind of bumps in the road for him have been a little bit different. There was the one in Oakland where it was walks, and then there were the ones in Detroit where some command maybe, and it didn't help, but he was getting hit because he was throwing the ball over the plate, and he was throwing it in places where the Tiger hitters were definitely able to get their bat on it. So I think as much as anything, maybe it's splitting the difference for him, because you watched what he did against the Mets in that game where there was the crazy walk-off home run by Ozzie Albies. And, I mean, he was breathing fire. And I don't know that you're going to have that same energy of a sold-out park everywhere you go, and it's going to feel the same as it did in that one. But before getting into Detroit, he had 12 appearances. He had allowed 1 unearned run. It was the one up in Oakland. The strikeouts were there. The walks outside of that Oakland appearance were definitely under control, and the velocity was up around, 96, 97 on a pretty regular basis. Seemed like he was feeling pretty good. So I do think it's just kind of a bump in the road. And I know a lot of folks, and again, we'll talk about it, I'm sure, a lot about trades and, getting the bullpen a little bit stronger and adding somebody, much like they did with Iglesias last year, to this mix. That'd be beneficial, but you've also got to get your guys that you already have here going. A.J. Minter's trending in the right direction. Raisel obviously needs to kind of figure a couple of things out. Colin McHugh, what he did in Game 2 of that doubleheader yesterday, that should give, I think, the bullpen a lot of confidence in what he can bring to the table. And I thought Kirby Yates came in a very important spot when Jesse Chavez got hurt, and that game could have gone sideways when Spencer Strider was out, and it was 1-2-3. And that's the kind of performances you're going to need to see. And so to bring it back around, you just need to get some of these guys just rolling along here and then start adding to it to give this bullpen more strength in numbers, more quality depth, and the opportunity to kind of do what they did in 2021 and 2022, and that's turned into really a lights-out unit.
Grant, this Rockies team, as we get ready for 4, I always say we're better. We should win the series. Yeah. But they're coming off of a loss, I think, against Boston. They had a 3-game win streak going. But, it's one of those series where, again, you still have to go perform like we saw against Detroit. Offense has been so good, and I just want to hit on this with Harris coming out of this slump that he was in. It lengthens the lineup. And, the concerns about Olsen, I think he's third still with on-base percentage as far as third on the team. It's going to be hard for Snit to try to adjust the lineup with him, moving him down. And maybe, some people have suggested this. I'm curious to know what you think about that with Olsen.
Yeah, today you're seeing it. You've got Ozzie Albies batting second for the Braves because there's a lefty on the mound. I think that's a really smart move because right-handed Ozzie, that is a difference maker in this lineup. He's always hit well from the right side, so giving him that opportunity to maybe get a couple more plate appearances. Matt Olson against lefties has not been that same kind of matchup because, again, it's a lefty-lefty deal. Move him down into a run-producing spot like fifth, which is where Olson is today, and maybe just take a little bit of pressure off of him because Matt Olson, he's aware of all the strikeouts. He's very well aware that it's not what he wants, and figuring out ways to adjust and kind of get more contact, it's easier said than done. That's just the short version of it. But you've got Michael Harris swinging the bat well. Orlando Arcia has performed well in the bottom portion of the order. You dodged a bullet with the Marcell Ozuna injury scare in Detroit. He's back in the lineup. And I think Kevin Pillar, who's getting a start today, that's another guy that even with Eddie Rosario swinging the bat pretty well, it's nice to have somebody you can turn to against a lefty and give him some at-bats and get some pretty good defense out of it as well. It's a very good lineup, and it's a very deep, I think, group that the Braves are putting out there, but taking a little bit of pressure off of Matt Olson, not just giving him days off just to give him days off, but allowing him to hit a little bit lower in the order. Maybe that's something that will start to allow him to hit his way through this because I know that's what he wants to do, and I know that's what he's been trying to do, and I know the Braves certainly need him to do that. But as you pointed out, Carl, he does find his way on base because he takes his walks.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The percentages are crazy. He's the modern-day baseball player, launch angle. I said to Carl earlier, sometimes it looks a little bit like Jason Hayward when he was struggling. Like the big loping swing and trying to get the bat around.
It is a long swing, but I think that Matt knows his swing a lot better than Jason Hayward did and does at that point. He's looked a little better here in 2023 with the Dodgers, but I can't tell you how many times, just in his time with the Braves, but also in St. Louis and Chicago, Jason Hayward has revamped his swing. He's ready for a breakout year. Yeah, that's a story I've read, but that's not a story I've seen. Whereas Matt Olson, he's on pace for a 40-plus homer season. He's going to walk 100-plus times. Those are things that are valuable. But when the Braves got him, I never really thought of him as the 3 true outcomes. He's not Adam Dunn, and that's just kind of what it's been like this year, though, for him because the strikeouts have been so elevated. So as he starts to figure that out, and I do think it will normalize somewhat, and maybe as he continues to play through his career, this is just kind of an adjustment period for him, changing teams, changing leagues, different ballpark. I don't know. There's a lot of things could be baked into this cake, but I just feel like he is better than just a 3 true outcomes hitter.
Great stuff, Grant. We'll see what the Braves do against the Rockies starting tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow, my friend. Take care.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, coming up, Bob Herrick, SI.com golf analyst is going to join us. U.S. Open going on out there in California. We'll get the latest from Bob, and we'll also talk about the merger that happened. We didn't get his thoughts on this. He is connected, guys, so we'll definitely talk to him around 6:20. When we come back, though, more on the Falcons as they wrap up mandatory minicamp. It's Dukes and Bell.
So last weekend, the ice cream truck rolls through for the first time, through my neighborhood.
Right.
And it got me thinking, why can't the taco truck do that?
Taco Fall?
The taco truck. I don't need the ice cream truck
you're
no more.
talking about the food truck.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, gotcha.
Why can't I have the taco truck, with little Mexican music coming out of that speaker, that crappy speaker,
You know what is a great idea? Why can't you have food trucks like you see nowadays or at sporting events?
Yeah, why can't there be a taco
music
truck?
festivals? Have the taco truck roll through
I'd be like grabbing money from my dad and running out there with like $5,
A food truck is a great attraction, I've heard.
That's true. What if Taco Fall had a food truck?
Yeah, all right.
Now, wouldn't that bring the people in droves? Now, for those, hold on,
All
we were
right.
doing sub-references. Years ago, when Taco Fall was coming out of college, after his run through March Madness, John Fricky goes, the Hawks need to get Taco Fall. Taco Fall would be the attraction, and you wanted to put him in College Park as he developed. We don't even have the soundbite. Is that
Because
gone
he was
on
like
the
a freak
computer?
show.
Chris is looking for, because we got so much mileage out of Taco Fall.
No, but he was a freak show. I was like, he's going to sell tickets.
And then he wound up with the Celtics for a couple of years.
Yeah, for a couple of years.
Yeah. So now, if Taco Fall owns a food truck, you've got gangbusters.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. I'm out there. I'm ready to catch that thing.
Yeah, but even like a burger truck. If there was like a burger truck rolling through your neighborhood.
I mean, you do the ice cream truck. Why can't we do other trucks?
Here's the thing, though. Some HOAs are going to get their panties in a twist over that. That's the problem. You get the food trucks coming through your neighborhood.
Oh, stop it.
Some Karen is going to make a beef. Right?
Right?
Right? Am I
okay.
wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay, there's the food truck over here at James Circle, and people are standing by it, and it's becoming a major problem for traffic. Yeah, there's always a Karen. There's always a Karen ruins everything. But the food trucks in the neighborhood, that's a great idea. You're onto something.
That's what I'm thinking.
Chris, you couldn't find the audio?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's funny.
Oh, it's just, it's okay. It's not, it's
But
not
you're
that
here,
funny.
and we've never had a chance to play the Taco Fall audio with me looking at you at the same.
Okay. So you're doing steaks, and tonight we're not doing. Well, of course, you must eat really late.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Spanish.
Because in my world, in my old world, I mean, and I'm still kind of stuck on that kind of like
If you want to get people in the stands, you got to give them another reason to go down there and watch. And what would be the attraction? What Taco Fall? Taco Fall. But I just tell you, Taco Fall. I mean, Taco Fall is the greatest big man since Bull. Okay,
or Manute Bull.
He's the greatest. He's the greatest big man since Roddy Cycli. Okay. Chuck Nevis has nothing on Taco Fall.
All right, real quick. Another reference point, if you missed it earlier, Chris played a New York radio talk show host on our sister station ranting about Aaron Judge. And he talked like that. Saying Aaron Judge is he could be the greatest Yankee of all time. I mean, discounting everybody from, I don't know, Babe Ruth to Lou Gehrig to Mickey Mantle.
He's
Joe
got
DiMaggio.
the single-season American League record already. And obviously, we have seen great players before. The Yankees have more than anyone else.
Yep.
But it is something the likes of which you have to just, I don't care who you root for. I don't care where your rooting interest is, where your fandom is.
How is this guy on the freaking radio? I mean, I sound like Frank Pantangeli from Godfather 2, but at least I don't do this kind of stuff right here.
Did you know that Ronald Acuna is the greatest Brave of all time? I mean, he's the greatest. I mean, look, Ronald's a great player. I love him too, but...
Yeah, but there's a time and a place for this argument. When this guy's played for 15 years for the Yankees, okay, then you can have that conversation.
Maybe 20 years from
this
now.
This guy's had 3 seasons where he's made it 150 games. And with all due respect, that ballpark is a freaking joke. It's a joke of a ballpark. I mean... And there are great, like, I despise the Yankees every fiber of my being, but there's about 20 guys ahead of Aaron Judge right now.
Right.
That's how great the team is.
Right. I mean, their history is phenomenal. They've got a whole bunch of statues out there, right? I mean, they still do it in the new Yankee Stadium, right?
By the way, Thomas Farrell hits us up on Twitter. Follow us, by the way. I'm Mike Bell, ATL, at John Fricky. He says, while you're digging in the archives, please find the Fricky classic, I Love the Box, I Want to Eat the Box from the Cheerios, from the breakfast cereal.
No, that's not that.
What was that from?
Oh, no, that's Kraft macaroni
and
cheese.
Kraft my bad, Kraft mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Chris, is that in the Fricky phone?
Oh, yeah. No, I like the box. I'll give you that right now. You don't even have to do that. I'll just tell you that straight out.
All right, so give us set it up. What was the prep?
Well, because Hugh was talking about government cheese and about how you have to bake, to get really good mac and cheese. It was probably one of those holiday discussions. You have to, grandma's got to bake it. And I'm like, no. You just rip open a box, get a little bit of milk and butter, throw it in the pan, and you're good to go.
Right.
And he's like, no. I'm like, no. I mean, because I grew up with a box. I love to eat the box. I will eat. What? I will. I still, to this day, I'm going to be 63 next week. I still eat the box of macaroni and cheese.
You bet he does. And that's how he keeps the Maven happy.
You're not right.
He's bringing the heat.
She doesn't like it. She doesn't look at me as a what the world.
She doesn't like it.
No, not Kraft macaroni and cheese in a box.
Chris, I'm talking about, we're cross purposes right here. I was going to say, you're being very unselfish. I don't think she'd appreciate that.
This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital for a healthier future together. Look to Northside Hospital. Thanks to Grant for stopping by, talking about the Braves. Mike, it's funny because through all the troubles, just real quick before we get into some Falcon stuff, and we're going to talk to our guy Bob Herrick from SI.com about what's going on at the U.S. Open. But with all the crazy stuff that's happened with the Braves specifically, and, you know, the Freed update and the Wright update when those guys potentially may come back. And, again, they're talking about maybe after the All-Star break and all this stuff, sooner than later. We are still rolling. We are still finding ways to get it done. And I pointed this out earlier. You know, when you start looking at the teams that, like, who's blowing the competition away? When you look around Major League Baseball, most of these divisions, guys, they're 3, 4, 5 game, games in front. Braves are no different. And the irony, I think, for us is Miami is the team that's chasing us, which I don't think anybody would have thought. You probably would have thought it would be the Phillies or the Mets, who, again, are 8 and 10 games out respectively. But nobody is just crushing it, even in the Central where the Pittsburgh Pirates are in first place, which is a surprise, but Milwaukee and Cincinnati are only a game and a half back. But the point for me is, even with all that we've had happen, the Braves are still just right where we thought they'd be.
And we'll see the Marlins at the end of the month, going into the first couple of days of July. I'm with you. I mean, the St. Louis Cardinals are probably the world's, other than the Mets, the Cardinals are probably the biggest disappointment in the National League.
Yes.
With what their expectation level was. And now, as you said, with everybody pretty much alive, if you look at it, you got, let's say, almost every team in the West is going to be in the mix, with the exception of the guys we're going to see today. The Rockies for 4. Who's going to be trying to get that frontline pitching? Who's going to be willing to part with the big-time prospects? I know some Braves fans always get a lump in their throat when we talk about moving prospects. Guys, you tell me what Pache's doing right now. I mean, who cares? I know he had some success for a while with the Phillies, and good for him, but you got to give to get in this world, man. It's like, you and I always joke around. Same thing, we're having a conversation with Hawks fans on the text line about the trades.
Yeah.
It's not like when you're trying to swindle your neighbors. Well, enough about my childhood. I used to swindle my next door neighbor, Greg, all the time. I'm like, bro, Nino Espinosa and a Craig Swan for a Pete Rose. Sounds pretty good to me. You're getting 2 cards for 1. I used to swindle Greg Olander, our next door neighbor, so bad that his mother actually came over to the house.
Yeah.
And said, Mike, we got to stop. No more. Greg cannot flip and trade baseball cards. I don't know if that makes me into a bad person, Carl, but I just felt my father's point was Mike's an educated, consumer. Greg should be too if you're going to do a deal.
Well,
buyer beware.
It's all about Mike getting the deal. I mean, it's if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it.
But aside from my larceny in my childhood, I just think you still need another starting pitcher, regardless of if the prediction that Grant made is as rosy as it sounds. We still need another starting pitcher.
I don't disagree. And I'm more prone to do that than I am to go acquire somebody else in the back half of that bullpen. I know we don't necessarily like it, but Minter, as he's shown, can close. And if we got into a situation where things got a little bit more shaky with Raisel Iglesias, you do have other options. I don't know if you necessarily think it's the best option, but you do. And I would rather go get frontline starting, Mike, pitching that is, than go try to fix the back half of this bullpen. Although we will say this, Alex Anthopoulos has done both in the past. He's done both.
I still think you'll probably need some more help there, but Grant made some good points. There's just ups and downs, and over the course of the year, I had a bunch of Braves fans just saying, get off Iglesias' back. It's just a blip on the radar screen, and his numbers over the course. Remember, he had a later start because of the injury. Yeah. He's been really good. I just look at him, and I know that the overpowering pitchers, there's not a lot of them out there. There's not a lot of guys. Heater was the man for a couple of years in the bigs. He's just kind of another guy right now, even though he throws in the upper 90s.
404-726-0929. Falcons wrapping up mandatory mini camp. For me, I'm happy about this because it just gets us closer to camp. Right. These guys are going to get some time off. It's across the league, guys, and then it's back to business at the end of July. But I did want you to hear David Onyemata, who's one of the new guys on that defensive line, talking about him and Grady, Mike, and I thought this was kind of fun because he was asked about how good can they be. Here's what he said.
Just coming out here and getting the feel for it, getting out there with Grady as well. That's probably one of the biggest things because the sky's the limit. With this combination. So it's a great feeling.
Sky's the limit. You're gonna like David Onyemata. I don't know how much attention Falcon fans we've paid to him. It's always been about Cam Jordan, and rightfully so because he's been that guy. This is the other guy on that defense. It wasn't Marcus Davenport. It was this dude. And you had to deal with him, Mike, because he always got pushed up the middle. and I think he's going to be a huge addition to this defensive line.
Yeah, man. I know that some guys out there had their mind set on certain people, Jalen Carter, whoever. I mean, you got guys that are proven pieces in the league, and these guys are bringing a number of sacks with them. We did the numbers last hour. Next to the Bears, next to dead last in sacks. Getting the quarterback on the ground is important. We're going to have pressure from the down lineman. We got guys at the linebacker position. And, of course, Carl, we got a better secondary. The defense, by any way you'd look at it, is lights out better than what we've been rolling out the last couple of years. Now, the only difference is, what does this defense under Nielsen look like compared to what Dean Pease was trying to do?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He had to kind of make the most of, make lemonade every week. This guy's going to try to go out there and hopefully make some, maybe lemon-infused martini.
I hope so. Mike, I was just looking at this. By the way, Davenport signed with the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
You didn't know this.
And remember, there was a time where he was considered
1 year.
he was considered one of the top 10 at the position as far as free agents.
I told you guys this dude was a bum.
Well, no, but it just shows you and underscores it was not a great robust free agent market for edge rushers. Hey, by the way, real quick sidebar, since you brought to New Orleans this conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to see where he was. For everybody who was telling me about Marcus Davenport, he's a 1-year deal with the Vikings. Good luck.
No, but to your point, for guys who missed the conversation, new to the show, Carl went bananas on this, and you're right. Because when you're the Saints and you got Drew Brees for maybe 2 more good years of him, and you needed one more thing to get you back in the Super Bowl, he wasn't it.
He wasn't it.
And they moved up big time to get him.
Gave up their entire draft.
Stupid. All the things, I'd rather, if I was, in retrospect, if you're Sean Payton, you're mad science, you'd rather have another offensive piece, a wide receiver.
Well, and Mike, here's the deal. With all of that said, that you didn't win it with Davenport.
No, that was your last window that corresponded with that draft. You didn't get there. And you only got one. That's why you got to get there and make it happen. What we got to do this time. Hey, real quick, since we're talking about New Orleans, you want Zion Williamson here in Atlanta.
I would take him in a heartbeat.
Well, according to Nick Underhill, who covers sports in New Orleans, Zion and David Griffin, this is the Pelicans vice president,
right?
Apparently are meeting this afternoon at Saints headquarters because the Benson's family owns everything, both the Saints and the Pelicans. So Zion, is this a conversation where Zion discusses where he'd like to be traded?
It's that, or it's either don't believe any of the rumors that we're talking about or that are being put out there. We love you.
No guarantees in the NBA with guaranteed money. No guarantee this dude's going to stay healthy. And he's just been like, I'm not the strip club stuff or whatever he's into in his personal. I could care less.
Let that man live.
Exactly. Live your life. Magic City would be a boom for Magic City.
Let that man live.
Cheetah.
Can I live?
Man, I tell you what. All the play. The Gold Club was still here. They'd be printing money. The strip club version.
Yes.
But in this case, is he going to stay healthy? I'm still interested in the dude, but it just seems like to me the conversation is more about the former, not the latter. Like you're out the door because apparently the Bensons don't want to be in the luxury tax.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, somebody's got to go, and maybe they are telling him today, hey, we are exploring the marketplace, And then this is where, here's the thing, is he established enough to pull the James Harden, the Kevin Durant? Listen, those guys are established where you can say, I'm not going anywhere but here. Remember, CP3 got traded to Oklahoma City, okay? So I don't know if he has that kind of pull right now, Mike, with the things that he's not been able to do in the league. But if they're being honest with him and saying, hey, we're trying to see what's out there, he's not going to like that, and he's going to try to press the issue to maybe land where he wants to be.
Yep, so I know there's most of our audience, we did the poll question. I think 2/3 of our audience were kind of lukewarm, but I'm on your side. I just think because if you can't make some of these other moves that we're trying to make, that would be an interesting one. That's a swing for the. Now, that's one that's going to get everybody fired if it blows up in your face. But I think that would certainly put fannies in the seats. I think people would be totally down with that because the excitement level it would bring. Other rumors today, we had some stories on NBA Central that was later deleted, but more people picked up on it, that the Mavericks have been talking to the Hawks about sending John Collins and our 15th pick for the Mavericks 10th and Davis Bertans.
Who?
Bum. A dude who scores about 4.6 a game in 10 minutes a game.
Yay.
And as one guy earlier was yelling at me, he's a 40% three-point shooter. Yeah, when he gets in the freaking game, and they traded half the team to get Kyrie, and this bum still couldn't be on the floor. So that's one of the rumors. And the other rumor that came earlier in the week is the Nets want to get Ben Simmons off their hands to anybody. But
thank you.
We're not going to put more money on the salary cap. That's $70 million for another guy who can't shoot the bat. Great defender, can't do anything else.
Yeah, I listen. There was a time where I might be willing to take Ben Simmons. Like, what's he done?
He's a lost cause. To me, he's a lost cause.
What's he done? I mean, this dude's collecting checks. He's not helped turn anybody into a championship caliber team. And, the thing is now we know his limitations, and you go, okay, so I don't want anybody that's scared to shoot the rock. All right, Mike? I just don't. I don't want a guy on my team that I pass it to him, he's wide open, and he's scared to shoot.
It's one of the craziest stories, and I know we got to tiptoe around mental health, but the guy is a quitter. He copped out with the quote unquote back injury that nobody on the Nets staff thought was a real injury. The guy's owed $77 million the next 2 seasons, and he's a bum. He's the biggest head case in the league. I mean, he's a waste of everyone's time. So no thanks. Not here, but we will get John Collins off the payroll somehow. We've got to get under the cap, I guess. Very curious to see, but these are the first of a long, long summer of rumors, Carl. It's already started.
Well, it is. It's going to be interesting to see what Landry Fields and company do in the front office. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about the U.S. Open. Bob Herrick is there.
Surprise leaderboard.
It really is. The course is tough. There's no doubt. They're out there in L.A., and we'll ask Bob as well about the latest with Liv and PGA. Rumor came out yesterday. Dustin Johnson was like, look, they told me Liv's going to be around until 2024, so they got another season with Liv. I don't know if that's true or not.
I still think they're going to squash Liv. I don't think you're going to see the Liv brand anymore after this year.
I don't either. We'll talk to Bob Herrick from SI, golf analyst, next.
most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
It's all going down at the Los Angeles Country Club, U.S. Open. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We wanted to talk to Bob Herrick after finding out the news about the PGA and LIV merger, and he was like, guys, I'm just so busy. And so, Bob, we appreciate you jumping on with us today at the start of the U.S. Open. I want to first ask you about Ricky Fowler, who is, I think, the story, obviously, after round one. Xander Schauffele as well. But Fowler, Mike and I are huge Fowler fans, and we were saying he's just not been able to win a major and do the things we thought he would do. He's had a great career, made a lot of money. But how shocked are you that he's atop the leaderboard?
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm shocked that anybody would shoot 62 in a U.S. Open. Ricky Fowler, I'm not that shocked that he shot a score like that. But you're right, his career has not been to the level it's been hyped. But he's been trending this way. Last year he fell to 185th in the world in September, and now he's 45th. He's worked his way back into the major championships. Clearly has gotten his game back on track. Not hasn't won yet, but has been trending there. And obviously, shooting 62 the first round has put him in a good spot.
I know that, as Carl mentioned, Ricky was one of those guys we kind of thought like what Sergio was going to be or Adam Scott was going to be. All these guys we thought were going to win multiples. Is this his best? I mean, we've got to watch and hope he doesn't, take the collar. But is he playing better golf? I saw he was ranked 45th going into this one, world rankings.
Yeah, I mean his game is a lot better than it was. He just really kind of lost his form there for a while. I mean, he hasn't been. This is his first U.S. Open in 3 years. He had fallen off to the point where he wasn't eligible for several majors, and he wasn't. He was barely playing well enough to finish among the top 125 in FedEx points, which is, one of the criteria for being exempt. He just struggled a lot. And last fall he made some changes. He switched coaches. He went back to Butch Harmon. He parted with his longtime caddy, Joe Scavron, and just sort of seemed to reset. And so far it appears that it's starting to pay off. It's been a steady climb back. It's after a couple of years of a lot of frustration. He's kind of rounding back in there now, and you'll see if he can hang in. And if he doesn't win this week, he'll win sometime soon.
Bob Herrick, our guest, guys, SI.com. He's got a great book out about Tiger and Phil, and we'll talk about LIV and the PGA here in a second. A bunch of guys, Bob, at 3 under, including Scotty Scheffler, who's just been so steady. Bryson DeChambeau. Rory is 3 under after today. I mean, this is going to get really interesting. Talk about how tough this course is, though, and the length of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not playing that tough today. It's a little jarring to see 2 scores that low and a bunch more under par. But look, that can happen. It's these guys are really good. This course has not been set up terribly penal so far. I think it's going to get much tougher though as we go along. I think they've been trying to make sure that the greens didn't get too firm and fast early on, and so they might have had a little bit more moisture in them than they would normally. And we had just a little bit of overnight and into the morning kind of mist and rain. Not like heavy amounts, but just enough to make things a little bit easier, and that, these guys, there's always going to be somebody who takes advantage of that. And when you've got some softer conditions, I have a feeling things are going to dry out. It's going to get firmer. The sun's supposed to come out tomorrow. It's been kind of overcast. This is like perfect golf weather right now. It's not hot. It's very mild. There's not much wind. Guys in short sleeves. And, when that's the case, and if you just give them a little bit of room off the tee, there's always going to be somebody that's going to put up a number. So, I was thinking the winning score might be around 8-10 under, and we've already got somebody 8 under right now. So maybe that's going to get eclipsed, but I'm still not convinced it's going to go terribly, terribly low.
It is the Sports Illustrated's golf writer and author Bob Herrig with us here, guys, on the waitfor.com hotline. To Bob's point, normally the USGA makes these guys play like they're in a torture chamber, so we'll see where it goes. Rory is 3 under through 5. A lot of guys in the late group teeing off, so if you're in your car right now, you get to see this when you get home. So the Live Golf thing, I know we get a chance to talk to you when it dropped. Nobody really knows where it's going to go. Were you as surprised as everyone else? There was work behind the scenes, and everyone, of course, got blindsided by this thing coming together.
Yeah, I think surprise is an understatement. When you guys reached out last week, I was just as much in the weeds as anybody and just sort of in a position of, I got to figure out what's going on here. I had a million calls to make and stories to write. And look, here we are 8 or 9 days later, and there's still not a lot of clarity. They haven't, they haven't worked out the details. It's almost like that line, shoot first, ask questions later. Well, it's like, hey, let's make a deal, but then we'll work out all the intricacies later. And that seems like what they've done. And now there's going to also be regulatory approvals needed. The DOJ said apparently now, according to the Wall Street Journal, that they're going to take a look at this deal. And the tour's tax-exempt status. What does it all mean? I mean, I think maybe there's one thing I'm confident about in saying, and that is the PGA Tour as we know it, the one that had the Canadian Open last week and is going to have the Travelers Championship next week and has, a FedEx Cup and, the 4 majors as part of it. I think that is going to be the same. I think that will continue. That's the nonprofit, tax-exempt category that the PGA Tour has always operated under. This for-profit thing that they've talked about where they're joining forces with the DP World Tour and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, which backs Live Golf, is where all the mystery is. What is that going to be? They're pooling their resources. They're gonna value their companies and merge together, and the PIP is going to be the sole but minority investor to start out. There's going to be board seats given to Yasser Al-Rumayyan, who's the governor of the PIF. What does it mean? I don't think we know. And what does it mean for Live Golf? Like they still have 7 more tournaments this year. It sounds like they're going ahead business as usual, like they're going to play, or putting their schedule together for next year. I could see a scenario where they play on just like this, like they have, and try to operate independently of the PGA Tour with some cooperation, or I could see it getting killed. It's those wide variances that we have no idea on right now. And, I don't know how it would work if they existed, and I don't know how it would work if they disbanded, because there's a lot of players then who might want to play on the PGA Tour. There's been talk about penalties and all that sort of thing. Look, it's complicated, and I think it's gonna be unclear for a good bit of time here.
Bob, how well do you know Jay Monahan, and what do you think about where he sits in this process? Guys were pissed at him. I mean, plain and simple, they were hot, and I'm curious to know what you think about his future as this moves forward. I know there's a lot of uncertainty as you just laid out, but he's kind of the bad guy in all of this, right? I mean, why was this deal done in the dark?
Yeah, listen, I know Jay, fairly well, as well as you could in my job. I played golf with him one time. He's always been very good to me whenever I've, talked to him or interviewed him or what have you. But the reason he's the bad guy is because he pushed the idea that in addition to the tour, look, they were fighting a rival, and that's completely understandable. I'm not saying this could happen at this point in time, but, if somebody wanted to come in and start a pro football league that played in the fall and played on Sundays, the NFL wouldn't take kindly to it. They would fight it. Like, what if they started signing, Aaron Rodgers and look, the USFL did that years ago, right. But they didn't compete in the same time frame. Well, what if somebody tried to do that? You know, of course they would stick up for their side and try to keep it from happening. You know, the tour did that, and that was perfectly legitimate. They were trying to enforce their rules. If you went and played with Liv, you were going to face penalties if you wanted to try to play the PGA Tour. I think where they've gotten themselves, you know, in a bit of a mess is with the political and moral aspects of the Saudi involvement. And while you and I might share those views, or other people might think that that's a huge negative, and believe me, there's a lot to do, perfectly fine opinion to have, but for the tour to use it, and then knowing that the tour also has its complicated business arrangements. You know, FedEx does a lot of business in Saudi. The tour had a developmental tour in China for years that got interrupted due to COVID. And yet, you know, China has human rights issues too.
Right.
And so they had this kind of pushback on them. And then when it's all said and done, after using the moral issues of playing for, you know, dirty money, so to speak, then they make a deal with them. Of course he's going to take some grief, you know, and it was done in the dark. And they're very upset about that. To be honest with you, I think they're less upset about the money source than they are the lack of information. And, you know, my sense of it is it was very sensitive. You know, you tell 10 PGA Tour players and ask them to keep a secret, and it's pretty hard to keep a secret.
Right.
So they kept a very, very close lid on it. And, you know, Monahan is I think banking on the idea that once all the information comes out, once all the plans are made, the players will understand. But right now they don't, and of course, you know, I think it's understandable why there's a lot of angst over this.
It is Bob Herrick, guys, who's covering the U.S. Open out in L.A. We're looking to get him on last week, so obviously we want to kind of debrief. And I know a lot of articles came out, Bob, about this Jimmy Dunn, who's like described as a Wall Street fixer, who ironically, tragically lost his brokerage firm colleagues in 9/11, and he was the guy who basically was the power behind the scenes. I guess that's the only way something like this can get done.
Yeah, I mean, he made the first overtures to Yasser to begin peace talks. And, you know, the tour was the one reaching out first. And, you know, that suggests some level of we need to do something. And they were spending a ton of money on legal fees, millions, that they were looking at as down the road as continuing for a long time. Obviously, they've had to come up with a lot of money to fight Live, designated events and bigger purses, this player impact program bonus. All of a sudden, you know, you keep doing that for a while, and those hefty reserves that you had built up are dwindling. And, you know, that's why I say, you know, maybe down the road, we look back and say they made the only decision they could have made, because they were sensing some you know, uncomfortable issues with their finances. I don't think the tour was going broke by any means. And this notion that they're owned by the Saudis is really misplaced too. The PGA Tour is almost fully sponsored. You know, they have Liv's only income or only backing is the PIF. All of their events, they have virtually no sponsorship. They have virtually no revenue. It's tiny. The tour has revenue from TV networks. They have the TPC network of courses that provides revenue. Obviously, they get revenue from title sponsors. All those title sponsors are partners of the tour. It's not just the PIF. It's so people saying that's misguided. You know, and yet they're going to be involved, and that's going to be hugely controversial. But to think that they are owned, you know, I think that's you know, that's rhetoric that's probably misplaced at this time.
Bob, it's a pleasure talking with you. Enjoy the U.S. Open. We appreciate you stopping by as always and your knowledge. Guys, follow him, check him out, and check out the book as well about Tiger and Phil. One of the best reads that I've had in the last decade or so. Great job, Bob. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot for having me, guys. Have a great one.
You too. All right. I know that's a lot, but there is a lot to this. And as Bob said, regulatory, procedures as far as where this goes still got to be approved, and it may not be. And then what happens? So we'll get into as this continues to develop. We will talk more about it. But right now, there's still a lot of information that we don't know.
And the big story today is, unbelievably, rounds that are shot. We just saw the stats. There's been like thousands and thousands of rounds since 83, the last time someone shot a 62. Two guys today did it, Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler at the U.S. Open to lead the tournament right now.
It's crazy. All right, time for our last call, guys. 404-726-0929. You can chime in. Listen, the offense is covered up a lot for the Braves pitching staff. Poor pitching again yesterday. Are you concerned about the long term of our pitching staff? Tonight it's Sharver, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel. I know you want to get another starter, but are you concerned about the long term for the pitching staff?
Yeah, because the starters are only going 5 innings. You're tearing up your bullpen, so it's having an effect on the back end of your pitching.
All right, do you believe us or the national media? Falcons mandatory minicamp's done. Here are all the positive vibes. We are saying, hey, playoffs. National media is saying Falcons are going to be mediocre. Who's right?
Well, we were mediocre. We just got some new dudes.
Who's going to be right on this? You tell us.
You and me are going to be freaking right on this, too.
That's how I feel. And last but not least, Mike had a story today about see-through bikinis at nude beaches. Do you have interest to see what that's like, or does it kind of gross you out? Do you want to see that stuff?
Am I Amish?
Or does it kind of gross you out? And listen, everybody doesn't like that stuff. Everybody's like, hey, I'm going to the beach. I don't need nakedness.
Yes, I'm with you, Carl. Let's leave something for the imagination.
All right, you guys let us know. 404-726-0929. I am guaranteeing that nobody's going to say exactly what you just said.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, guys, it's easy to dial us up. 404-726-0929. Tonight's last call. All right, we got some guys on the line.
Yeah.
Questions are easy, by the way. I mean, listen, we want you to go through all of them. By the way, tomorrow we've got a great cast of guests that are going to join us. We're going to be live, Mike, at Twin Peaks Buckhead.
Twin Peaks Buckhead, Piedmont, guys. Beautiful women want to meet you and serve you food and drinks.
And beer.
Dressed like lumberjacks. The girls, not you.
Yes, that's correct. And if you come in dressed like a lumberjack, we're going to look twice at you, all right? Are you worried about the long-term of the staff for our Braves? We've had some poor outings, man. We just have. The offense has picked us up. Or are you saying, nope, we're going to be fine. Once we get freed back, we're going to be fine. What are the vibes? The national media says Falcons mediocre. We say, local media, we're going to the playoffs. What do you guys think? Who's right? Mandatory minicamp ended today, by the way. And Mike had a story about a see-through bikini. Mike, what was it called, by the way?
Yeah, the sheer look, the naked bikini. It's kind of the thing the Kardashians, of course, have been doing. They started this ball rolling. But there was another artist. Who's the hip-hop artist who got this thing rolling, Chris?
Yeah, Janelle Monáe.
Yeah, in a video.
Hi, Janelle.
And so that's
she's
something
great.
might be seen at a beach coming to you. And
Yeah.
hopefully it'll be somebody, look, there's no such thing. We're not going to body shame anyone on the show, but hopefully it'll be a beautiful woman on the beach at Destin, not somebody who looks like 200 pounds of flour in a 150-pound bag.
Fair enough. 404-726-0929. Are you interested in seeing this? Or, nah, not really. Not really?
I'm excited.
Okay, let's see what Al says. Al, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man. Talk to us, Al.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. I
love you boys.
Thank you, sir.
I do love you. Don't talk about John Wayne ever again, though.
Okay, Al, we
now,
got you.
the Falcons are going to freaking roll it this year. They are going to do something, surprise everybody. I moved here in 1980, Falcons fan since then. They fixing to roll.
What about the next question? Are you worried about this staff? Are you worried about the pitching for the Braves long term?
No, the Braves are on a roll too, man. We got it going.
That's how I feel. I'm not as worried as most people. All right, do you want to see these?
No, we got again. When every pitcher only pitches 5 innings, you're going to screw up the bullpen. We need more pitching.
All right, Mike says yes. All right,
No, Mike, you always a negative.
I'm being pragmatic. Let's get ahead of the curve instead of last year when we ran out of pitching.
Come on, man. What you want to do? Go get
let's go Shohei Ohtani.
No, we're not going to do that. Hey, what do you think about these see-through bikini things, man? Are you interested or not? It's not your thing.
Well, if I could see it, I'd love it because it's always good.
Appreciate it, Al. Thanks so much. Let's talk to David. David is up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What do you think, David?
So, real quick, Carl, I've got a very, very serious question for you.
Yeah, man.
In your opening segment, when you guys first come on the air, you're doing your soundbite. Yeah.
Right.
I'm down for it.
Right. Try to maintain eye contact. Thanks, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
If you're down at Floribama and some beautiful woman comes out and you can see everything, good luck trying to make eye contact.
You're going to get the same reaction your wife gave you.
Yes.
Is that what you want?
No. Yes. No.
John Chuckery's in here. What's going on, John?
I thought the scream at the beginning was because you work with Cordell, but that's another story.
No, that was past Cordell. That was,
okay.
We were way past that.
What is that, mustard on your shirt?
Yeah, some brown mustard. I had a I had a Jersey
Chicago
Mike's.
dog?
Yeah, no, I had a Jersey Mike sandwich. So yeah.
So, John,
mustard and mayonnaise.
And don't forget, guys, 92.9. We've got a new scratch and sniff technology on your radio tonight on the way home.
This way, I know which way to put the shirt on. So,
what you got going on tonight, man?
We got Gabe Burns coming up. We'll talk some Braves and bounce around Atlanta sports with him. Will Gray, our golf guy, he is going to join us coming up here. We'll preview the U.S. Open. And a very quick, easy question for you guys. We'll ask the listeners this. Over, under 475 pass attempts for Desmond Ridder this year.
Over.
Under.
Over.
He was on pace to throw 488 and a half passes. I'm with Mike. I think it goes under. And they only threw it 415 times total.
That's because they didn't have a guy that could throw it.
But they had the shot. They had Olympic shot putter at quarterback.
They had a guy who couldn't throw it.
Grenade toss. Game manager.
Oh, don't
Chuckery,
even go there.
you don't realize this? You touched a giant nerve with this show right now with that question.
55% of the game's going to be run the football.
No, it's not, Mike. They're going to throw it around.
I'm with Mike. I'm on Mike Bell's team right now.
Wow.
Me and Bell.
I don't
want
boring.
No, it's not going to be
Yes,
boring.
it is.
It's going to be effective.
Yes, it is. Don't tell me it won't be.
It's going to be effective football.
We're going to have 2 1,000-yard rushers. We're going to throw it about 450 times.
No. More.
You want to validate the Pitts signing, and we might not validate that.
I want to validate Pitts and Drake and all of these guys.
But that only happens by throwing the ball in the red zone to those guys. I get it.
All right. You're going to talk about that tonight?
Oh, yeah.
John stirred up a hornet's
Well,
nest.
if you get a call and he sounds like this, it's me.
Right.
Okay, I'm calling in under disguise.
Okay. Under the
Hi,
name Cordell?
Chuckery.
All right.
So coming up next, it's Colonel Mustard with a microphone in the studio.
And will it be the code name Cordell? Is that what that?
No, it will not be. Hi, Chuckery. All right, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Jeff and Sandy Springs. All right.
Did I do that?
Yeah, exactly. Tyler Sullivan, CBS NFL, is going to join us tomorrow. He is great. Harry Douglas.
Harry Dog
is going to stop by in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk with Steve Coonan, Grant McCauley, and who knows who else we're chasing, guys. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. We'll be at Twin Peaks Buckhead. Come through.
That's right.
Hang out with us, man. We're looking forward to getting our weekend started off right. Hey, Day, great job. Big Bo behind the glass, our engineers. Turtle, our executive producer. Great job as always. Mike Bell, clear your throat.
Hey, man, the top moment for Ricky Fowler was winning the Players' Championship. That was like 8 years ago. He's always been close. 14 was a year that he was basically behind Rory and everything, and he's never, ever really gotten back there. He makes money and endorsements. There's a lot of guys on tour that are kind of envious of him, and they don't let that be a secret. They don't like him. I like the kid. He's always been gracious in interviews. I'd love to see him get that major we always thought he was going to get 10 years ago.
This is crazy. You guys remember when Michael Jordan scored 38, 7 rebounds, 5 assists in 44 minutes? It was the flu game. Yep. We then learned in The Last Dance it was the food poisoning game. Well, that night he gave his shoes to a ball boy named Preston Truman. He signed those shoes. He liked Truman because Truman would bring him applesauce before games. And he said, hey, kid, I like you. So he gave him the shoes. That was 1997. Of course, the Bulls won the title in 6 games. Truman held on to those shoes for 15 years. Wow. Then sold them to an auction in 2013 for $104,000. Those same shoes just went for $1.3 million.
That's a lot of applesauce.
Yeah. I don't know, Preston. I might have held on to those, player. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
your quarterback's a game manager.
Sports Radio